to view it as like a paradigm shift in our interaction with a digital world. Because just like, Apple Watch and flip phones and cell phones and all of that, there's that great documentary that was called it's not the physics of Star Trek, but it's something in that. It might be the physics of Star Trek, and they interview Michio Kaku and all of these physicists and stuff, and the inventors of the cell phone, and they talk to all these people who sort of brought us into this generation of technology, and they were all inspired by sci-fi. And let's face it, science fiction is futurism. People are trying to figure out how will we deal with issues and solve the same common problems we do today with, the future. And so, like the terms we use and the visualization of the internet or the net or the web coming out of Gibson, and then the people who came behind Gibson and really defined this concept of what we think our digital interaction will be with the internet, really comes from that sort of generation of writers. And holodecks and all of that are all post Gibson. And so how are we going to try to start to define our interaction with technology differently? And I think that game is one of the first games one of the first experiences I've ever had that was truly unique to the process or the headset. That there is no other way for you to experience that game without the helmet, without the process. And that's what I want to see. Like I've been trying to get a hold of, well, not real hard. I was about to start the process of getting a hold of, there's a division in Oculus, I guess, that is dealing with eye tracking. And I want to integrate eye tracking in design education, because there are some theories that, we know are true, but there's no concrete research, because most eye tracking in art is analysis of art. And that's mostly tied to marketing, really, or it comes out of marketing. The technology definitely comes out of marketing, because that's where the money for that technology is. And I think that there's some really, really interesting things we could learn if we integrated eye tracking live in the design process. But yeah, it's fascinating. It's interesting to see what is the world that we're trying to create next. And oh goodness, how quick can it come? Because right now, but like Ready Player One or whatever, it's funny. I've heard people are like, oh, well, that's just so over the top. That's never going to happen. It's happening today. How many people, their only interaction with the world is Facebook or TikTok, or, that's like their interaction with people. And that's more real than the person next door. And it's kind of funny because there's a philosopher whose name is Miguel de Unamuno. And I wish I could remember, I'm just sitting here trying to think of it, the name of the philosophical movement that he was part of, and sort of what they... So his concept, and he really was wrapped around Cervantes and Don Quixote. And he's like, Well, how is Don Quixote not? Okay, I guess now this is kind of a weird argument because how many of you have read Man of La Mancha? Um, I'm not being a smart ass. I mean, it's not something that a lot of people read now, I would imagine. But at the time, especially when he was writing in the late 20s and 30s, Man of La Mancha was a very important book, and it had a lot to say about what was happening in society at the time. And so their argument really was, well, how are these literary characters actually not more real to us than our neighbors? Because, I mean, how many of you actually know your neighbor? I mean, actually know them, know what they're going through, get daily updates, know their emotional path through processes in which they've solved their life issues, and you've seen them, that's something you do with your child. It's not something you do with a neighbor necessarily. So his argument is, in all reality, these literary characters are more realistic or more real than people around you because they influence you, you learn from them, you see and lead by example. And I think that that's not necessarily a viable argument these days because people don't read anymore. But, I think you could say that for influencers and, social media, like people who, online dating is a perfect example, and I'd say even in my day, you would never imagine dating someone you didn't meet or haven't met yet, And there's a concept of what is tangible, what is reality that is different now than even from when I grew up. And so it's, if we can actually get these pseudo-physical worlds, I remember, it's got to be, that was 95, 97, something in that vein. There was a big thing where Bob Guccione, and so Bob Guccione was a publisher. He published Penthouse, but he also published a book called Omni, which was like a very cool, popular science technology magazine. And they were talking about how Penthouse and a few other companies were investing in these suits that you would have physical contact. And it really came out of William Gibson and the concept of the suit you put on and get feeling through. And they were investing in the technology for electrical stimulus that would make it feel as if you were touching something. And we went to a demo. It was what's Hustler? What's his name? I'm having a brain. Larry Flint. So Flint's daughter was a part of it, and they had a demo glove, and their demo was touching a porpoise or something in that vein. And when you went across it, you got stimulation, and like if you bumped it, like it was almost like the haptic arm. There was an object here, and it mapped where you were, I guess. I mean, it's so long ago, I can't tell you how the technology was working. But like you could feel it, right? It was crazy. It was actually really neat. And so, they, as far back as that, they were working on that whole physicality of digital information. So yeah, it's it's incredibly fascinating what that next paradigm shift is going to be. But I don't know. What do you think, Henry?
Yeah, I think I agree. For the most part, it's fun. It's a toy. Eventually, it will become something more useful, like really useful. But I think there's a lot more physical engineering that needs to happen first. There needs to be a way for us to interact with it in a way that isn't just these big clunky handsets and sensors around the room that get to like within an inch of real.
Right.
It doesn't have the resolution we need.
Right.
Um,
Well, and that's where some of the motion capture, like the digital actor stuff,
yeah,
I mean, what they're getting out of now, that's not a viable interactive tool on a personal level. But I think the technology is definitely going to come from social media or social interaction.
mm-hmm.
Um, I just think that, when you can have a tennis date with someone and go out, play tennis, be sweaty, sit back and have iced tea with them, that's going to be the technology that drives it. Because it seems that we're turning more and more to the digital world for personal interaction.
Especially now.
Yeah.
Yeah, this past year and a half probably went a long way to accomplishing that. Probably a lot more new work in that area.
So, do these things right here, is this a remesh? So that reduces mesh to 500,000K. So is that going to remesh this? Because I have these different resolutions. Do you know?
Assume it's going to dynamesh it at a lower resolution. I would be surprised if you click one of those and you retain those patches of high and low next to each other.
Good. I want a homogenization because I don't want those high and lows.
So Xeno wants to know, what is the biggest mistake people make when texturing details? What should an artist pay attention to? Oh, was I wrong? You still have high and low spots, huh?
Yep. Weird.
Well,
I think that for the most part, people get in like this and then have no idea what they're actually accomplishing. I think that, I think losing sight on detail, because I put a lot of very high detail into sculpted objects that are leaving the computer. But when I see people who are working on things that they're thinking are going on to games or film or something like that, like I understand for like a lot of the high render or high end rendering, every one of those little pores and, that's all very important for that render. I'm assuming, I know nothing about it. So I'm assuming that's why people get all tied up into that. But if you're actually trying to get something that's going to come out of the machine, I think that that's a problem because almost none of that is ever going to show. And if it does show, it's going to make all your surfaces look like sandpaper as opposed to, it's going to be more distracting in the physical world than it is in the digital world. So I think that it's just understanding what detail you need for what application. And I don't mean for ZBrush or blah, blah, blah. I mean for why is it that you're putting detail in it? Are you putting detail in it for a print? Are you putting detail in it for a render? Is it a render for a game? Or is it a render for a rendering competition? Those all have incredibly different resolution needs, I guess. And so that, I would say, is probably the number one thing that people get distracted with, or where people not go wrong, but go off the tracks, I guess. Is that changing that? Okay. Yeah, I think not understanding the parameters of what you're actually trying to accomplish is the biggest problem with texture. Because there's always the drive to put more and more in it. And I'll admit, I put more detail than I can currently print in things. But that's also because I've now had to redo tons of models. That's what I was looking for. Now, does this homogenize it? Homogenize.
And someday we'll be able to print at 100th of a micron. And all of your models will only get better at that point.
If the technology goes in that direction, if we actually get down to true XY, like 5 micron XYZ printing, I'll be surprised. Only because, for the most part, you can't even, you'll never feel that. You'll never, it's beyond our capacity to see or touch. So why would they put the technology into it? And that's sort of the rate, because I always want things to be able to have more detail, and Forum Labs have just been like, why would we ever do that? That makes no sense. I'm like, because I want it. They're like, nope. That's not the answer. So yeah, I think is that technology needed for something other than what Tomas wants? That's the real paradigm for technology. Oh, I don't think we're going to have a detail to do this. Because if it's not homogenizing, it's just going to retain this detail and keep robbing me from detail down here. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, and you've still got a lot more to add.
Yeah, I don't know if I like that.
What are you trying to make?
Can't tell you.
It's a surprise.
Looks like a lollipop.
Does it? I don't know. What kind of lollipops are you eating?
Yeah, I was just about to ask, what are you doing, man? You are putting your lips or your tongue on some weird stuff, my brother. I love you. I feel you, but I think that we need to discuss your candy selection.
Well, I think his mom tried to convince him, no, I know it's green and it smells like it, grew in the garden, but it's a lollipop.
Now it looks like an avocado that's gone bad.
Ah.
Why has it got to be bad? Why you got to be like that?
Just happened to be the color at that point.
No, well, I guess it is kind of not narcotic. What is it?
Necrotic.
Thank you.
Necrotic. Yes, you're welcome.
I was like, I know, I'm so close on this one.
Necrosis. Yes.
Okay, what are the absolute must-know shortcuts in ZBrush? I know there probably are very few in Core Mini, but
work.
What? Keyboard shortcuts, ding-a-ling.
You keep working. Well, that's what I'm going through right now. That's my whole issue right now, is trying to figure out what. Oh, look what it did to me again. All right, so what have we learned? We've learned that we can only. Sorry, I just had a epiphany here. Well, obviously you need Control Shift Alt Spacebar. I have Gizmo as
Q and W.
Yeah. I have Frame and my views. I kept those. Geez, now I can't even remember.
But I don't think everything in your UI as a button is a shortcut.
No.
I don't think you really use keyboard shortcuts.
I don't use keyboard shortcuts. Is that what they're asking? Oh, I'm sorry.
So.
I don't use them. I put them on my screen. Because I can't type. So I have no idea where any of those keys are to begin with. So the concept of me relying on my inability to know where a key is to get anything done just is a bad business plan.
If it's worth remembering the shortcut for, just make a button.
Right. That's my philosophy. Because I'm always like taking screen snapshots of things, and because that's right next to whatever I do. I don't even know what it is anymore. Yeah, you know, it's so depends on how you use the program. Because I do have like mouse shortcuts for yeah, I can't even think right now. It's been a very frustrating afternoon, so my brain's a little scattered. We were getting memory punished for OBS wiping my psyche out earlier. I haven't really answered any questions today, have I? I'm always like, well, it all depends. It's been a really, it all depends kind of day, hasn't it? I can sit there and push that little button all I want, and it's not going to bring my brush strokes up. Or my menu up. Mm-hmm. See, so yeah, we do have mesh management.
You figured it out.
I was like, I knew there was a reason I was doing this. So Tony, we have to ask him the Wacom and the Space Mouse question.
Sounds like he left.
See how
I
he
just
is.
turned my mic off. I'm trying to work.
All right, never mind.
You can work.
See, I'm not carrying the same kind of crowd pleasure because people don't know where I'm going with this. This seems to be my reoccurring issue, isn't it? I don't do the entertaining, identifiable part first.
Say that again? Are we supposed to be entertaining?
Well, isn't that the whole point of someone wanting to subscribe?
Oh, man.
Mr. You actually watch YouTube for entertainment purposes.
Oh, man, we've been doing this wrong. Oh, God. We're supposed to be entertaining. You're supposed to make an entertaining sculpt, Tomas.
I blew it, didn't
Start over.
I? All right. Don't tempt me. It's so early. It's like I don't even know what to do. I'm like, oh my god, I have so much time.
Dare. Don't you dare.
I could totally start over. No one would mind. I'll just start it from the front this time.
I mean, you could stop texturing and move on to the next part.
I was just waiting for you to say that. I'm like, I wonder how long it's going to take him to realize what I just said.
Oh,
Not long at all.
Tony, you don't know what's coming next.
G sent me a meme today, Tony, that
Okay.
I was laughing very hard at. And so I was like, since these have to be fairly simple shapes with very little detail, it's a perfect thing to kind of play with. But am I going to, is my avocado texture too much?
Dang, you just said what it was.
Well, everyone's guessed that it's an avocado at this point.
Yeah, it's an avocado. We have one guess that it's a self-portrait.
Ooh. We could show him the GIF.
You can't. Unless you can figure out how OBS is screwing up.
You're right. Okay, I can't show anyone the GIF. You're right. That's too bad. You're like,
Yeah,
nope.
I'll put a link up when you're ready.
Are we ever going to be ready?
There's no telling.
All right, next topic. What does someone want to talk about? I've been very clearly directed that I'm not allowed to talk about Yo Gabba Gabba. You got the message.
Yeah, you did anyway.
No, I didn't.
Interesting.
That was a joke. That had nothing to do with anything. No. All right, do it. I don't know that I've ever worked on a thing this low. So if it gets above 800,000 polys, it freaks out and says, nope. Back down to what? What's it take us back down to? Oh. Can it take us down to 500,000? Here, can I click on that? Hold on, we're going to undo that. Taking me down to 300,000 is just not even nice. Hi, nope. Can't we like let it remesh it? That it's just cruel to take me back down to 300,000. It didn't leave smooth spots for the protuberances.
I'm sure you'll be able to smooth it back out.
Yeah. I just sit there and keep trying to get it to bring my little menu up. Uh-oh. We're going to get avocado facts. That sounds pretty exciting. I don't even know what to talk about right now. My brain's in stipulation mode. I mentioned to someone the other day that Tony, are you there?
Working.
I know, I was just wondering if he's there, because he doesn't know what I did. I was going to tell him how I dealt with frustration the other day.
Yeah, you never did tell me.
So I turned on Cyberpunk, and I went and got a baseball bat, and I just ran through the city just beating everything with a baseball bat, like for 2 hours. All I used was a baseball bat. I just ran around just beating things with a baseball bat. I was like, wow, this is so satisfying. It was really gratifying. It was pretty wonderful.
I hope you didn't just confess to something.
What? Terrorizing criminals in Cyberpunk?
Oh, that's where you were. I'm sorry. I thought you were in the neighborhood by where you...
No!
It's a video game.
Yeah, I know that. I missed that.
No, I didn't run around that. What? I couldn't find a person before I'd pass out and exercise to try to find someone else in our neighborhood. I don't know. I guess there's that trailer park around the corner.
How many swings of a bat before you'd pass out?
All right, I'm done. I'd be a really bad binge killer. I don't think I could run around that much. I would just... do I really have to chase that person? Look at that. Do you see what that is?
Almost finished.
There you go. That would be an end that is in... Uh-oh. It's not fair to just make bigger lumps. Is the thumping any better than the chiming?
Yeah, much.
I don't know. I don't know why you're so anti-chime.
Oh, I have a particular ear thing that makes me really sensitive to high-pitched sounds.
Wah.
I mean, I could just mute you completely.
He's sending secret messages and you're tapping.
Yeah, totally. Morse coding. QAnon's going to pick up the messages that I'm tapping here.
Signal to alien invasion.
Right. Mm-hmm. So did you look at what some of the other people have done? What did Shane do?
I haven't seen it yet.
I saw someone did a mushroom guy.
Are you supposed to do a character sometime? Or
Yeah,
what
that's
are
what
the parameters?
They just said a character. I think someone said a creature in Core Mini.
That's it.
Nice. Not like we don't understand why. All right.
I don't think anybody's done their Core Mini sculpt yet.
Yeah, a few people have.
I don't see any on the YouTube.
I
But
think
YouTube has been bugging out, so maybe it's just not here yet. The last one from Shane is Scooby-Doo. And it's proper ZBrush.
I know I saw someone did a mushroom. Like a little mushroom guy. That was in the chat room in Slack or whatever that thing that we're part of is called.
Slack.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see it on YouTube.
Interesting.
Oh, Shane did a duck. There's a goblin too. I wonder why I'm not seeing those. Yeah, it might be YouTube tripping.
Well, yeah, so I saw something about, because I think, no, here we go again. Smartest did the mushroom, if I'm not mistaken. Polygon. Man, there's like no brush control with clay buildups with a little bit of that. Come on, lazy mouse. Now, see, this is interesting. Okay, so remember how I made this bigger, so my brush scale, like I could use my smaller brush scale. If you'll notice, we're back down to, right, I stretched this out pretty dramatically, so I could use a medium-sized brush, like on this, so I could then in turn have a small brush. But, yeah, it's fascinating. Come on. It definitely starts to get laggy up here in the 700 million poly range, or 100,000 poly range. Oh my god. Can you imagine this with 100 million poly model? Well, you don't have to imagine. Just use Sculptris Pro on a 100 million poly model. See how that works. It's joyful.
I didn't realize it gives you a number up in draw size. It's not. It doesn't just click to the dots. When you change your draw size, an actual number shows up.
Yeah, that's strange because I don't know that that number is consistent.
What does it go to? From 0 to like 100?
1,000.
1,000.
Yeah. See. But remember
Oh,
when,
yeah.
but somehow my part changed scale in this process somewhere along the way.
Hmm.
Because remember, I was like, oh, I didn't want to just work in the smaller parameters.
Mm-hmm.
Not that it really matters. It's just funny. It's super entertaining.
Fascinating.
Huh?
Fascinating.
It is fascinating.
I think it's interesting to watch your process when you don't have
My tools.
your tools.
Yeah.
And that, I mean, honestly, you're still able to accomplish a pretty good sculpt here. When you don't have the two things you constantly talk about are absolutely necessary: clay tubes and subdivisions.
Right. Something you have none of.
Looks like it's working.
Well, I mean, I'm a sculptor. You know, it's just trying to figure out the medium, you know. And the fact that it's interesting because everything is sculptress, right? So you can't change your brush size without changing your mesh density. And so that creates interesting problems when you have habits that aren't about, you know what I mean? It's like, I imagine that some people aren't having the same issues I'm having, in the sense because they're using their geometry more like they would use their geometry. I don't know if that made any sense at all.
No, that was like a riddle.
In a conundrum.
Mm-hmm.
Wrapped in an avocado wrap. Wrapped in bacon. What's going on here? Is my smooth doing anything? Okay, it is moving. That's all I needed to know. No, it's really entertaining though. I mean, it's. I think that if someone didn't have habits yet, you could be very creative.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it's very usable. But like you said, the two things that I think are the most important things you could ever use aren't here. So it's really entertaining to watch me try to get a flat surface. Blowing out. And also, clay buildup is not a layer tool. So, you know, it's very difficult to keep surfaces going because the clay buildup dramatically changes the depth that it digs in and pulls out depending on pressure. Where with clay tubes, I can press as hard as I want, or, you know, it's once you're at that height pressure, it's not going to go past it. You know, you can do your sensitivity between max and minimum, where clay buildup, there is no max or minimum. It's just going to keep digging if you press and hold, right? So your stroke rhythm and your pressure have to be very consistent if you're doing it with clay buildup. Because see, I pressed a little harder than I want it to. Where with clay tubes, I can scrub back in steps.
Maybe that's a good practice exercise.
And I never use lazy mouse. Well, in context of this kind of sculpting. So the lazy mouse is giving me some interesting challenges. Yeah. All right, let's go. I'm going to knock this back to 500,000 now. I'm taking control over my geometry. See, lazy mouse, you kill me. What is that called? Amygdala?
What?
The little thing in the back of your throat, what's it called? You got the Google machine, come on.
Isn't that the uvula?
There.
Uvula. What's the amygdala?
I think you're thinking medulla oblongata,
No.
which is the thing that makes alligators mad, if I'm remembering correctly. from
Yeah, it's that thing in the back of your throat that makes alligators mad, right?
The thing in your brain that makes alligators mad.
When they're eating it, they're like, ah, ah. I can't believe those monkeys keep putting this in their heads. Well, we're definitely going to have to sculpt in symmetry and then pose.
I think that's good practice anyway.
Yeah. Nothing wrong.
What's it gonna say?
Something in that vein, maybe.
Ghost of Christmas Future wants to know what prop you had the most fun working on.
What prop? Well, Minority Report was super fun because there was a lot of freedom in when we were developing it. But I think the most fun was we had an entire crew for Turbo Tom. What was it? Jingle All the Way. And what was great about that is that we had a really good group of us. There was 5 or 6 of us, and we were actually hired before the accountants were. So we actually worked 3 weeks without getting a paycheck. But at the beginning, all we did was sculpt action figures, and we just kicked them out. I think all in all, we came out with like 22 or 23 different superheroes. You know, that there were no drawings or anything while we were at the very beginning of it. And that was a lot of fun because we were just bouncing back and forth between us, and they're like, oh, I like that. Well, I'm going to make them with these legs. Or, I mean, it was just us sitting around goofing off a lot. And that was a super fun little time frame because there weren't a lot of parameters set on us. It was just like, go out there and make something fun. Minority Report was fun because there was so much money and there was plenty of time, so we had a lot of freedom on what I was doing. And like, I was the only sculptor there for quite a while, and then we had, because I was the prop sculptor, and then eventually when they started doing the sets, we had, I think, maybe 6 guys and gals on set. 6, 8 maybe at one time. But it was cool because we were in this weird little, we weren't actually on studio. We were in this weird little, warehouse thing, and it was a lot of fun. Props, let's see. We did a lot more scenic elements than props. It was cool when, I don't know, the cool thing about Hollywood was the puzzles. It was like, oh, how are we going to resolve this? How is this going to happen? I think Jurassic Park 3 was a lot of fun because we built this entire mountain range on the back of on Universal's backlot on the wet set, and that was cool because we had to build everything on the sound stage because they're running the tour and it goes past all that stuff and you can't sculpt out there. And I remember when security and everyone came and they were like, showed up and everyone was like yelling at me and they were like, there's bead foam all over the Jaws lake. And there really was. He drove past the Jaws lake and the entire top of the Jaws lake was white bead foam. It was just everywhere. And I was like, oh my God, what did my crew do? Because we know that we're not supposed to sawzall or anything out there. You could do some limited hot wiring, but you're actually out and it's an uncontrolled environment. And it wound up that one of the carpenters decided that he wanted a little chair. So he was back in the back and he chainsawed out like little chair scoops. But literally directly below his feet was the air and water drain intake for the Jaws lake. So every single thing he sawed went into, and a chainsaw, unlike a hot wire, is going to throw those beads everywhere. They all went into that vent and then down into the Jaws lake. But oh my God, Universal management came. They were yelling at me. It was really stressful. I was like, oh my God, what did I do?
See, and that guy thought he was doing a great thing. He was like, man, I'm right over top of a vacuum cleaner, basically.
Right, he was like, this is what, right, yeah, it was great. He was like, this is the best. Yeah, he got fired for that, actually. Oops. Oh, man. I got the Universal Safety Department fined me. It was like an $8,000 fine because some of my clay loops were so sharp that people kept cutting themselves with them. And after like the 6th person went to the medic area, Universal said that it was not a realistic expectation for people to believe that clay tools should be sharp enough to hurt yourself with. And I was like, well, to be fair, they pulled all of those out of my personal toolbox instead of using the shop's tools because they all like the sharp ones. So, they were all labeled with my name. Those were not public. Yet, Universal didn't care. They were like, you're reckless. And I'm like, what?
A lawsuit's a lawsuit.
Yeah. Well, luckily, the studio or the production picked up the bill, and that was actually quite surprising because that was right at the time that they wanted all of us to carry our own insurance riders and stuff after Spider-Man. The studio decided they didn't want to be legally responsible for accidents that happen on set, and it's like, well, we're hired by you. It's not like we're independent artists, we really are your employees. And yeah, that didn't go over so well. That was an interesting battle. They did everything in their power to not pay for that. Why did I leave production? Well, I had sort of reached the top of my career, or, where my career could go as far as being a lead sculptor. And I had to make the decision, is this what I want to do for the rest of my life? And I had a handful of really crappy experiences with some of the people. And I was like, you know what? I don't know if this is what I want to do for the rest of my life. And so it was making the decision to go into production design or stay and just continue to be a lead sculptor. And I was like, no, I think I'm okay with moving on. And it was just more, I don't know, I sort of have that thing where, like, if I want to start doing something, or if I start to do something, I want to be good at what I'm doing. And then once you get kind of to the top of what you're doing, you have to decide, okay, well, is this, what I want to continue doing now? And the answer to that was no. I kind of had I think that if I had had slightly better experiences with a couple things, I might have stayed a little bit longer. But just a couple of the films that I did there towards the end, it's just like every dumb story about horrible people in Hollywood. I got to live through that experience, and I was just like, oh man, I just don't need this kind of stress over something that isn't real. Think about it. I can understand why surgeons have stress. I can understand why firemen have stress. Man, there are movie emergencies in the sense of, we're all late on budget and blah, 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 blah. But we were working on major pictures. If you hired sculptors, it wasn't a cheap film. It was, because back then CG hadn't quite got to the point, we were still building physical sets, where now so much of that isn't built anymore. And I think I sort of saw that coming as well. So it would have meant that I really needed to go into the production design world. And I had a good opportunity. I had a production designer and a few set designers who were like, no, we'll hire you so you don't have to start at the bottom and blah, 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 blah. And I just, I just wasn't ready to sit around and couch pick for a career until you get like a handful of a sci-fi job or something, fantasy job or something where you can really design, right? 80% of your job is, oh yeah, here, we're going to pick that house, and yeah, sure, those couches look good. And that's just not was not in my wheelhouse of what I wanted to do with my life. So I left. I don't think there are a lot of people who can make Hollywood a lifetime career and stay sane or happy. I mean, there's some out there. The thing is that the money's so good that a lot of people just trudge through it. It becomes just like a horror show. You're willing to put up with a lot because of the money. Because there's a lot of money to be made. And I think there's a lot of disappointment for a lot of people where, they're like, oh, well, this is my art. It's your job. It's not your art. There's a big difference in a lot of it. I mean, you can get onto things that eventually do become you kind of very creative and very interesting and very cool. But those jobs are very few and far between. But if if you love the people you're working around and you're willing to not view it as your art and view it as your craft, it can be a very, very edifying career. And it's a lot of fun. There are a few incidents I would hope that would never happen, but honestly, I wouldn't trade any of that time away. I had a great experience. It was just, you could only take so much silliness before you're like, okay, well, is this really, really what I want to do? And now I'm having a great time. I did it for quite a while. I can never even remember exactly how many years it was. It was at least 12 years. Come on. Come on, you.
And how long have you been doing jewelry sculpting now?
2005, I think. Big Fish was 2003. Can you look up when Big Fish was? Big Fish was the film that was my last film. Well, technically I went back to Cat in a Hat, but
2003.
Yeah. Yeah, so around 2004, 2005, something like that. Late 2004, early 2005.
Cat in the Hat was also 2003.
Yeah. I was on Cat in the Hat, and then I was hired off of Cat in the Hat to go be the lead on Big Fish. And then I left Big Fish and went back to Cat in the Hat until it was done. And that was my last job. Or my last film. I had other jobs. And I've never worked since then.
I've just been sitting in a basement waiting until this day where I could sculpt a crazy avocado.
My life has been fulfilled.
What did you do on Big Fish?
I was the lead sculptor on it. We, Tim and I sort of designed the haunted forest. I sculpted the maquettes for all of that. We did the cave. We did a bunch of props for the circus. yeah, so it was mostly the haunted forest and the cave were the big sets that we had. And then the circus, all the weird circus stuff was, and then we did like a door knocker or just weird stuff. But yeah, that was the haunted forest was really the main set. That and the cave, because we built the cave. The cave was built on a boat ramp. The cave that the giant lived in. And there was something else. What else? Oh, we did the house. The house that there was a house that sort of rocked. And that was literally, we built a foam foundation for them to build this little house on. It was like there was another set in there. I wonder. It was a good film. Come on. It's just like chugging along now. No. Oh. There is no turning mirror off of symmetry, is there?
Turning mirror off of symmetry.
So, you know, there's a little mirror button on symmetry, so it doesn't have to be contrasting. It can be some, it's not happening. Let's just put it that way. Yeah, that's what that little M button on the symmetry thing is. So remember when I was posing Thomas the Tank's eyes? And you know how symmetry will normally rotate out? If you turn the M button off, they'll rotate together. They won't act as if it were a mirrored action.
Oh, if that's not in a video already, it needs to be in a video. Because I did not know that, and it seems fairly fundamental.
Really?
Yeah. That might be in a video we have already, and I just uploaded it, never watched it.
Maybe.
How long did you work on Cat in the Hat? Did you make anything that wound up in the movie?
No, well, yeah, we worked on. There's a huge banana that I spent a lot of time on, and then there were these 3 whale tails that we had to make fit in this park area. And then just tons of other stuff. But I was on Cat in the Hat for a while, and I did a lot of just maquette sculpting and little stuff, and then just kind of filled in where it was needed. And then I let it, because Big Fish, like, they tried to hire me at one point. Like, they continued to try to hire me for about 2 months. So we sort of knew that I was going. And then I was like, forget this. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna waste my time. They were bothering me. And then finally they caved in, and because they were like, oh, well, you know, can't you work cheaper? And I'm like, no, that's my rate, pay it or not. And then they're like, okay, well, we're going to look at other people. I was like, okay. And they wasted like 2 months. And then when we got to Alabama, it was a race. But that was the production. The woman who was the unit production manager was the one who was the issue on all that. But yeah, it was weird. They were just trying to pressure me down so I wouldn't charge my rate. And I'm like, I'm charging my rate, you know. It's what are you talking about? So yeah, that became a thing. I can't even remember. We made tons of just little props on Cat in the Hat. The eyes are going totally the wrong way. There we go. Tells a completely different story, doesn't it?
Now, this one sounds crazy to me, but on IMDb, there is a Tomas Wittelsbach credited as a prop artist in Connect Adventures in 2010, which is a video game / movie.
Yeah, I probably. I think I know what that is. Yeah, I did. I did some video game sculpting stuff. No, I tell you, I think once I shifted to doing sort of product and jewelry stuff, I've had a lot more fun. Well, I mean, I had a lot more fun because most of it now is my stuff. You know, I'm not doing other people's visions, you know. Wow. Because it's so important to have a vision that's this powerful. No, it's fun to, you know, to work on your work. But, you know, jewelry's funny that way because jewelry, I think, is truly one of the most collaborative forms of art because you are 99.9% of the time designing something that someone else has to find compelling. You know, there are very few people who get to just sit around and design stuff and then make money off of just what's coming out of their head. I feel blessed because most of my career has been that way. You know, I've done work for other people, but for the most part it's been I design what's in my head and people buy it, you know, as opposed to me doing stuff that's for other people. William Henry, we had the owner of the company was had a lot to do with the vision of the stuff, and so that was navigating someone else's vision as well. But when I was at Green Lake, we were mostly putting out my stuff, and then anytime there was something that was very sculptural, they felt that, you know, I wound up doing a lot of that stuff because, well, I mean, at the time I was the only person using ZBrush there, so we helped out to get that stuff done. But I've been pretty lucky in being able to do what I do and then sell it, as opposed to, that was one of the, but I was pretty, like, that was a big part of why I left the industry, you know, so it was something that I was really fighting for to have happen, was doing my work and trying to sell it, as opposed to just getting someplace else. Because I've been offered some really good jobs that I don't particularly want because I don't want to make their stuff, you know, so. And when we first started the William Henry stuff, that was really going to turn into more like a, where we did the lines of jewelry for the company, and then they were going to support us in doing some of, you know, our stuff. But, you know, it's hard because every company thinks that, oh, you know, you're going to come out and then it's going to take a year and then you're going to be making all your money. And it's like, well, no, that's going to take you more than a year, you know. And so the money freeing up for just that random stuff, you know, you have to have someone who's either very well established or very well funded to just support. Yeah, just make stuff for competitions and stuff, and we'll try to make something cool. That's not a real funding. Take that to Shark Tank and see how far it goes. Let's put it that way. Well, Mr. Cuban, I would like you to give me a bunch of money, and I'm going to make some stuff, and then we'll figure out how to sell it. Yeah, that's not going to happen. But I think today, more than any other time ever, it's far easier to start in your garage, and start a little business that then can become something that is your only business. I think that we're in a world where that's a very viable and a very real option. And that's because, all of these printers are now finally affordable, and I can only really speak for Formlabs printers because I don't have any of the other ones as far as the cheaper sort of entry-level printers. And I know that I always get yelled at when I say that, because people are like, $3,000 isn't an entry-level printer, because I guess there are $500 printers. But yeah, a $3,000 machine is an entry-level printer. If you're trying to make money off of it. I don't think there are a ton of really, really cheap printers that are not, I don't know how to say it, like maker oriented, in the sense of where you can't just go, okay, push print and walk away. Like,
I wholeheartedly disagree, but with the caveat that the people running the printers know the capability, and your prints, you're right, won't come out of them. But I follow a bunch of casting houses and artists who specifically use like Frozens and Anycubics and
sure.
Are six-figure businesses using only those printers.
Oh yeah.
But they know the thing they're going to cast is like, a dog. What do you call that? A dog tag. It's a heart. It's a leaf.
Sure.
Yeah, small and specific.
But they also have set and spent a ton of time learning the capacity of that printer, and they design around its capacities.
Yes.
And when I say, so this is a thing that a lot of people, I don't think, there are people who are great designers who are not great craftsmen. There are really great craftsmen who are not great designers. They're very good. Like, the problem is most people who are spending their time and energy learning and developing their design craft are not, and this is what I meant by maker culture, where you're willing to sit down and figure out how that thing's working, right? You're willing to, if it doesn't work 3 days a week, that's okay, because you're going to sit there and fiddle with it. Oh, I'm going to fiddle between these resins and which one's going to do the best for me, and blah, 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 blah. As far as spending money, pulling out of a box, plug it into a wall, and now you can start producing your designs. That's a slightly different category of printer, I think. And
yeah, I still think your opinion is a year outdated, and that
Probably.
year has been incredibly successful for the space.
Oh, and like I said, I'm not saying that there aren't. That's why I said I can only speak for Formlabs, right? I think you're right. I think that there are a bunch of new printers that are doing great things. But I also think that not a lot of those have great software support. you have to learn how to support. You have to learn how to, there's just
again the past year. Like everything you think you know in the past year.
No, I
has
don't
been
think I know
blown
anything.
away.
That's my point. I don't know anything about those printers. I've never even touched one.
They're wild now, and the software is more capable than you'd believe. It's insane.
Well, someone should send me a printer, and I'll talk good about their
Like
printer.
Lychee and Chitubox are more capable than Preform, except that the printers still aren't. A Form 3 is still better than any Cubic Frozen whatever, for reliability's sake. But the variation, the difference there is getting smaller and smaller.
Sure. Yeah, like I said, I've never touched them. I don't know anything about them. We use Solidscapes and 3D systems and a lot of other printers that are actually going to, because I would argue that everybody needs access to a Solidscape at some point if you're going to be making jewelry.
I cannot argue against that. That is true.
And so when we start comparing this against a form printer, sure, there's some things, but it's not a Solidscape. It's not the 3D Systems printers. It's not an EnvisionTech printer. And, those start at $18,000, So for what you're getting out of that $3,000 package, it's great, I mean, for the money, it is wonderful. And I get, I'm sure there's a $500 printer. I bet there's a $200 printer somewhere in China that prints great things. It's great.
There's a $200 printer in my closet that prints even your rings at 25 microns.
Yeah, it's great.
But it is just slightly less reliable than my form. And that just slightly less irritates me so much that I bought a form.
And you're someone who's willing to futz with things. That's my point.
I am.
And that's what I mean by that maker mindset is completely different than I'm buying a tool for my business. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, it really is a completely different thing. Because you losing a handful of days because you're sitting there jimmy jabbing with something, well, that's cool. But if you bought a printer to accomplish your printing needs and you're not a maker, you're a designer, it's a completely different world. And, a lot of the people who are, doing these things, especially in the jewelry world, aren't makers. You know what I mean? They're not going to spend that time, or it's not that they're not going to, they don't know how to. That's not even in their wheelhouse, I mean, it's like the difference in buying a new Toyota or a 15-year-old something that you can't get parts for. I don't know. It's like, it's there's nothing that new Honda isn't perfectly, that 1972 whatever, I don't even know a car that works great if you work on it every weekend. You can keep any car going and it's a fantastic car, but there's a difference in what kind of energy upkeep, compatibility, there's a lot of different things that are involved if you're talking about doing it as a business as opposed to as a passion or as a, and I'm not saying one's better or,
Well, I would say the compelling argument is if I own a business and a customer needs a 3D print next week and it has to be perfect because they need to try on their ring or whatever, and I've only got one shot at this, I'm going to use it for them. I'm not going to use an Anycube. But if I've got a month, I could probably get it on my Anycubic, and it'll be pretty good.
Well, it's like Solus's. You know, Solus is a beautiful printer. It's beautiful. The resins are great. But, you know, even there, and see, when I first got mine, like, it did not have any software. And literally before every print, you had to go in and turn the projector thing on and this whole thing. And then if your projector wasn't exactly perfect, well, that's fine on a 50 micron model, but on a 25 micron model, this side's blurry. You know, there was just so much that had to be done to it. Now, to be fair, it had just come out when I got mine. You know, actually their software now is awesome. I love their software. And I love how it thinks about supports. I would argue that it's actually one of the best supporting softwares out there. But for me, it's just too small. At 25 microns, only being able to print, you know, 1.5 inches by 3 inches just for the same price as a form makes no sense to me.
Yeah.
And like, I know someone who purchased, what is it called? Elegoo
Mars?
No. It's like 5 letters, starts with an A, and there's a G in there, I think. And they're not cheap. I mean, it's an expensive printer. I think it's like in that it's in the same world as the B9.
Aegis. You might be saying it right.
Is it Aegis?
Solo? Aegis Solo.
Is that like a $7,000, $8,000 machine?
And it is not easy to look for on the internet. AEGIS. I'm finding models of the thing, and I'm finding pictures of things it's printed, but I can't find it. Yeah, I don't know how much it costs. It's hard to find.
Well, I don't think it's a cheap machine is my whole point. But like, I went in to help the person work with that. And like, you had to preheat the resins in a different thing because the printer doesn't have a heater. And, you know, if it wasn't right, you'd have like support failures. And I don't know, if I'm spending $8,000, you better heat my resin for me. You know, I mean, I just, that's like, are you kidding me? You know, it just seemed like, and honestly, you know, I mean, it's just, you know, the form works. And their resin technologies are really great. I'm really looking forward to doing some of the test printing and the dental stuff, so it's biosafe. Wow. That's crazy. Just putting those little lines are instantly giving me 300,000 poly jumps instantly. I guess I can't put something on a separate subtool, can I?
Nope. But every time it does that change from 800,000 to 300,000, I've yet to see much, if any, like loss in actual detail.
Well, you can see it here.
Your spikes are getting a little gooey, but
in these, like, you know, none of that stroke that was in the meat pattern here, that's all gone because it's decimating, right? So it's like, you don't need detail there. And we have a whole nother thing I haven't put arms and legs on them yet. This might have actually been a hard stretch. I might have just should have made his shell smooth, huh?
I think you got it.
You think that's taken up a lot of
Nah, I think you got it.
Well, we're gonna keep going, whatever.
Yeah.
I'm not quitting. Let's see. You know what he's going to have, though, don't you?
Arms and legs. Oh, mittens.
There we go. I was like, that didn't take you long at all.
Mittens and booties.
Mittens. Hey, Mittenfoot. Ooh, you can't change your focal. Huh. Your focal range, your fall off. Moto called it fall off, and I always call it fall off, and it's not fall off. It's focal.
It's called
range.
that slider that Henry never remembers to use at all.
Yeah, that one. That's the one. Focal range, focal.
Let's see. I have ZBrush open. Focal shift.
Focal shift.
I'll be back in a minute to examine your mitten feet. I gotta run for a sec.
Okay. So does that mean I'm supposed to look at my own comments?
It would be nice.
All right.
The last comment is but, question mark. What do you do with that?
No, it's not a butt. They're legs. I think they need to be kind of stubbier and cuter. That's a little weird. My avocado legs just got a little bizarre. The seed special, yes. We will get to the seed. Yeah, I think my skin is really doing a zen, because that's taking a lot of resolution. I'm going to get yelled at for making mitten feet. But what kind of feet does an avocado have? I mean, like, really? I think in the drawing they're just little stubs. But I can't pull out the reference because then you'll know what's going on. And yes, the artist will get full reference. This is my fan art. Root boots, there you go. Everything else is just like totally bumpy and raw. What's the name of the place? It's that open air museum in Greece that has the foot. It's a really famous foot. It's huge. It's like bigger than this table. It's monstrous. Do super detailed foot. I like that. Well, it is an avocado. See, it's an avocado. But things are happening. I think he's a little long in the drawing. See, I can't use the reference image because then you guys will see what it is. And that ruins the fun. I think he's... Well, when we start to pose them, we'll pull the reference image out, and then... Because by that time, it's going to be obvious what's happening here. My friend G sent me a meme today, and I thought it was really adorable. And so I was like, oh, that's low res. I can sculpt that. Well, not if you put texture on it. All of a sudden it became much higher res. Yeah, I think scale-wise, my avocado got a little too long and sort of realistic shape. I think the illustration is a little bit rounder. Those are all things we can come back and fix though. You know, he kind of looks like, not the Hamburglar. What was the big purple avocado from McDonald's a long time ago? What was his name? Tony, are you there? Tony's really good at coming up with that weird trivia stuff. I can't think of his name. He always hung out with the Hamburglar. There you go.
Talking about Grimace?
Yeah, that's the one. Did someone actually say raid? Oh, you poor guys. If you're all raiding, you probably have no idea what's going on, and you're looking at this going, what? So our monthly challenge on the Pixologic stream was sculpting with ZBrushCoreMini. And so it's very, very minimal in its tool set. So it's been a fun and very interesting challenge to, especially it's really the opposite of how I sculpt in some ways. So it's interesting. Yes, Grimace. That's, look, doesn't he sort of look like Grimace? Oh man.
I think Grimace was always happier than that.
Yeah, well, he's going through some drama, to be fair.
But I think those hands look rather grimacy.
Right? I mean, wasn't Grimace just a big furry purple avocado?
Yeah, basically.
It's like I'm now sitting here looking at this. I'm like, Grimace was a big purple avocado. I would look him up, but because of the horror show that OBS gave me as we were launching this, I have no access to a web browser that I can show you. No web browsing tonight. This is a screen cap of ZBrush alone. It's not capturing like my desktop. My desktop doesn't show up as a screen today. In other words, I might go home and dig out my bat again. I'm telling you, it's a very
Bat therapy.
It is. It's a very gratifying solution to wanting to slam things. You just go into Cyberpunk, pick up a baseball bat, and just run around and beat things with a bat. It's very good. You can always find somebody doing something wrong that the police won't come shoot you for hitting with a bat. Come on. Okay. Yeah, it's I'm sure it makes for some very exciting streaming. Here, look at
Oh my god, it's got individual fingers.
kind of. They're still very jammed, but I'm not really sculpting the hands right now. I'm just getting them blocked out so you didn't call them mitted hands. Even though he probably does have mitten hands. I said that I can't do the details of... I honestly think that he's a little too long. I think the reference image is smaller and rounder. But I figure we'd get it sort of blocked out, and then I can take the reference image and make it a little closer. I don't know. I think this might turn into one of those things, you know, normally when I do fan art of other people's work, they eventually want a print of it. I don't know if that's going to play out on this one.
I mean, you can save it to a ZPR and bring it into full ZBrush, or export it to an OBJ and print it from this.
No. I'm not saying it can't be printed from that. I'm saying my capacity to sculpt with these tools might not be what they want. Where, I'll tell you, looking at some of the ones other people did, they didn't have this problem. I mean, we're getting there. It's not like it's horrible. It's just... We'll just see how it plays out. We'll go there. How's that?
Sounds good. I'll tell you, it's the best avocado hand I've seen all night.
Great. That is some of the most positive reinforcement I've had out of you ever. I'm actually, I'm a little weepy right now, honestly.
Right, I won't do it again. I'm sorry.
I feel kind of like I'm going to cry a little. The joy. Well, you like the t-shirts, but I guess technically you made that one, right?
We'll get the tank T-shirt up soon.
Good. I definitely need a new tank t-shirt. All mine are the ones that that Dave
bubbles.
made for me. Yeah. All the blacks ran out of them.
What's good imagery to go along with boop on a shirt?
Well, if you ask the internet, it's a friggin' cat. Someone poking its nose. I had no idea that like boop was a meme thing.
So we get a sculpt of your face, and boop
someone
it.
pokes me on the nose. That'd be
Yep.
wonderful. Do I have to make a dumb cat getting booped face?
Probably.
All right. I'm not saying
It'll sell the message better.
I mean, you can ask Tony. I'm willing to take one for the team for pictures. I put everything on my head. I'm willing. I'm easy when it comes to that kind of stuff.
I probably have a picture of you making a boop face.
Probably. I'd be surprised if you didn't, honestly.
Probably dressed as a cat, too.
Right. Oh, my God. There are some really special pictures of me that Tony has taken. I still think some of the best were, was it like TJ Maxx or something like that? What was the place called? No.
Was it Marshall's?
Marshall's, that's it. And they had these, was it Halloween time or is that just normal kid stuff?
I think it was just normal kid stuff.
So there were all these baby outfits and they had them on the hangers, but they all had like these little hoods, but they were on the hangers. So you could see like, they were like little onesies about this big with hoods. And I kept sticking my head through the hood. So it looked like the little onesie would hang on my chest. We had a bunch of those. Some of those are pretty good. You have to post, people are saying the TSW fate, you have to post the link to the GIF.
I got to figure out how to get the GIF somewhere that people can see.
You know, it's funny how people are like, oh, you always sculpt. Uh-oh, I have a hole. Do you just remesh it? Is that the plan for holes? Yeah.
Yes, just try it.
Yeah, it is. But you remove the hair. That sculpt actually looked a lot like me. Because I didn't alter that. I just took the hair off. Okay, I did add glasses.
Are you talking about your TS Satan, your totally Satan Wittelsbach?
Yeah. The loves you GIF.
Yeah.
I just look up and I saw Olivia's, oh my God, what am I looking at? So, since we had to do something that was low res, my friend sent me a meme this morning. And I thought it was so funny and low res that I thought that I would make it. But I don't have my reference image, so at some point here soon we'll have to take a look at my reference image and then we'll pose it. They said we were supposed to do a creature in Mini Core. So I am sculpting a creature in Mini Core. It's getting to the point where I'm going to have to look at the reference here soon.
When you get to that, send me a link to that website in Discord.
Yeah.
But no one on the stream will be able to see your screen, so...
Well, I can just go see through. Oh. No, I can't. Oh.
Funny. Yeah, send me a link.
Olivia nailed it. There's got to be a way to. Oh,
I mean, you could add another source and set it to Chrome,
or
and just drag it over top.
Well, I can also do this. One sec.
Oh Lord.
Oh, it's over there. One sec. Okay, that's getting really confusing. Okay, there we go. Oh. We rebooted since then. One sec. Let me... where are you? Because I definitely want to give... Yeah. My avocado definitely looks like Grimace, and this one actually looks like an avocado. Sort of. Alright, so it is what? Neolido. No.
I got it. You want me to put the link in chat?
Sure. I'm just gonna one sec. There it is. There we go. Okay. I see. I have too much detail. Stop that. No. What's that? Oh, Pinterest, how do I despise you? Okay, there we go. All right, so we have a much different thing going on here. Oh, no. Shifting. Oh, this is so confusing. Okay, hold on. Yeah, I'm definitely sculpting Grimace more than this avocado.
Yeah, this one has way less definition in its face.
Yeah. I was confused. What do you want from me? Well, I mean, I didn't see the... Obviously, I come from a age where Grimace is real. Okay, so first things first. Oh, I can't do that. I was just going to squeeze it down, but that doesn't work. All right, so move. Ooh, you can't rotate them? Ooh, this is tricky. All right. Turn symmetry off. There's no rotating with symmetry on. So when you're trying to use reference, you definitely should use reference from the beginning.
Yeah, look at your reference every once in a while.
Oh, it's so hard not being able to rotate it in the world. I told you we were going to wind up redoing that. Yeah, we're going to redo this.
Oh my God, what part of this are you not going to smooth back? You're just starting over.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Yeah, right.
No. No, I'm not starting over. I don't know what you're talking about. This one has arms and hands. Oh, he only has 3 fingers. That makes those hands much easier. Look. What do we have?
Hands.
Mitten hands. Look at how much geometry I've saved, though.
Great.
Wow. He's so deep. See, now this gets back into the world of, it's really easy for illustrators. They draw things and you try to make them look like that in 3 dimensions and you're just like, that makes no sense. But they don't have to make sense. Yeah, I think I would have blocked this up differently if I remembered I couldn't pose it. So one thing to remember if you're sculpting in Core Mini or Mini Core, no, Core Mini, right?
Right the first time.
Is pose it first. Because it's not going to live through posing. You can't just rotate it. I neglected to think about that when I first started. See, we're not starting over.
Uh-huh.
Look, he obviously has arms and legs. That's a lot more than when I started.
You think those look obviously like arms and legs?
Chat. Give him the answer to that.
I don't even think it looks obviously like an avocado anymore.
Oh, you're just being negative now. Chat, call him negative.
Ghost to Christmas Future said it would be easier to just start over.
What are you talking about?
Olivia said this is fine art, though.
Thank you. I'm glad I have at least one supporter out there. Goodness gracious. And I brought this princess to the party.
I'm just reading comments here, man.
Okay, let's... There's still an arm there. You just can't see it. I left the legs for now.
You know, the plural nature of the word you said there. You left a us stubby and a dot.
What are you talking about? Hold on. Shh. Look that way. What are you talking about? There's totally a leg there.
I looked back too soon.
Masterful.
Even deleted it all the way to make the new leg.
No. No. His legs are a lot closer together too, aren't they? Okay. It's still there. I don't know what you're talking about.
It would have been faster if you just kicked the sphere and started over.
Shh. I don't know what you mean. This is awesome. Debbie Downer. What time is it?
11.
Plenty of time. I mean, supposedly in Shane's stream, he made like 4 things. So it's perfectly legitimate for me to make one thing 7 times. Oh man, I can't tell you how much I miss trim front. It's funny, you realize the tools you use. You're like, okay, trim front I'm missing. Layers. Gizmo. Clay tubes. Twist. But this is a lot funnier. See, this is what kills me, is that I can't lay down a flat layer. That's a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, you made it work last time really well. But
Yeah,
it does
no, it's
takes longer.
yeah, it just takes steps that I don't usually go through. And I mean, that's me, not it, for sure. And I swear, if I sit here and do this, trying to get my little menu to open, okay. And let's get the shape right. So move. Yeah, SK Trim Polish is really a tool I might overuse now that I'm growing dependent on.
If it works, it works.
Well, I just mean, I don't mean too much in the sense of my workflow. I'm saying too much in the sense of how to accomplish things without it. Because it really works. Yeah, using your reference material is kind of important, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just a bit. Mhm. You know what we're not going to put on the back?
All them little dots.
A lot of texture. Mhm. I obviously hadn't really studied this image when I started, did I? All right, say something. It's just becoming very quiet in here.
Something.
Thanks. You're so helpful.
Chicken, 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 chicken.
Chicka, 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 chicka.
Where's G living now?
She's still in Boston.
Oh.
Yeah. Still doing the Boston thing. She interviewed for a job at Form Labs. I guess there was a personal assistant job open. Mm. Mm. What would I like to see in future? You know what? How long has that been up there? Has someone failed in reading me my notes here?
Couple seconds.
Mm-hmm. Would you like to read it to me? What's it say?
It says, "Can you read comments?" While Henry edits pictures of your rings that will soon be on sale.
Oh. Sure, make it sound like you're over there working.
Strange song.
I know, it's weird. I don't believe it.
I just think these pictures are a wee bit dark, Tony. So I'm brightening them up a little bit in Lightroom.
I didn't do anything to them.
Yeah.
Well, Olivia, you can join the Discord chat and talk if you choose. Oh, so what would I like to see in ZBrush upgrades? You know what? That's tricky. There are a handful of things that I'd like to see that just aren't happening in ZBrush, or at least they're just how ZBrush is programmed, and a few of the weird little things that I'd like to see are things that over the years I've been told it's not going to happen. Honestly, you know what? It's great being on the beta stuff because I'll tell you what, they surprise me every time. It's like what they think of to add are often things that I would never have considered, and it's pretty cool. I have to admit, I like the multi, or what's it called? Is it multi-mesh? The thing that goes with the dynamic geometry.
Say it again?
The thing in the last one that I make the
like extrusion profiles stuff?
the thing that I made the wedding band ring stuff. Micropoly?
Yeah. Micropolys.
I really like that. And I think that there's some cool stuff that could be done with that. Just some more of the stuff that they're doing with the VDMs, or they're calling them what?
Alpha brushes?
Yeah, the multiple alpha brush. They change names on me. I get very confused as what things are called anymore. But some of the stuff that they're doing with the like alphas and being able to bring in 3-dimensional data from 2-dimensional data is pretty exciting, especially for the jewelry stuff. Tony, can you think of anything I've been asking for?
Resin
really.
prices in Kitco.
What's that?
Resin prices in Kitco. And then there was a
I
Paul
have.
thing we talk about a lot.
What's that?
There's a Paul thing that you talk about a lot that I'm trying to remember. Like worlds or realistic scale button sort of thing where you'd click it and it would show it on your screen in
Oh,
that's one of
actual
mine.
page
Yeah, I want
size.
that.
yeah.
Yeah. And I know it's doable. There was a plugin that did it for a while. Yeah, that's one that's good. Yeah, actually, that would be a good one. Because sort of was it Senna who asked what was the thing about detail? The number one issue with detail, and it's like knowing what you can see. That's a good one, seeing things in real scale, because you're like, oh my God, I can't even see that. You're like, exactly. Export to PDF Excel sheet.
And then the opposite, what would you remove from ZBrush if you could?
Well, you know what? I'll tell you what I do sort of wish was there. And I wish, sort of like Photoshop, where you can have different menu sets. So it's not just your UI, but you can have a printer UI where there's nothing else on it except your painting tools or your scaling tools, or where you can set up custom UIs that are truly so it'd be this simple, right? Where it had 3 tools on it and you could hop and make really specific UIs for what you're doing, like rendering, where there's like literally nothing there except those handful of tools. So being able to get rid of stuff from the UI, because I don't know if I'd remove the stuff from the program itself, because every time I think there's something I'll never use, we wind up using it. So I'm like, oh, actually that's perfect for this, or it's perfect for that, you know. So the removing thing's tricky because, well, like, I mean, a perfect example is dynamic geometry, right? Or what's it called? Is it dynamic geometry? Is that the thing you turn on to use the multiple? Yeah, it's dynamic. It's just dynamic geometry. Like, dynamic geometry drove me nuts because I had students that would always use it. And then because it's not actual geometry, when they converted it to real geometry, there were issues and stuff. And I was just like, okay, that's just, it's not real. So there's no point for, like, I understand why it's there. And I understand why someone who's doing game design or rendering or something like that, why it's useful, but it's silly for manufacturing because you then have to come back in and sort of redo it. But now, like, if you had asked me that, you know, a year and a half, 2 years ago, I would have said dynamic geometry can go away from my UI. You know, like I said, I understand why it's there. But now, like, I wouldn't be able to do some of the things I do if we had removed it, right? So, and especially with having Eric on our development stuff and on our team, because he uses ZBrush completely differently than I do, and I learn stuff from him all the time where I'm just like, oh, well, I never even thought of that. I'll see Paul demo or something and I'm like, whoa, well, I never thought of that, you know. So that's a much harder question than you think it is. Yeah.
And red wax.
Well, we have to keep red wax so Mordkrainer can continue to propagate his red wax army. Red wax. Ugh. Yeah, that's always tricky. Because I'll tell you, it depends on how bad it's pissed me off while I'm trying to accomplish something. Because I'll cuss every feature at some point because I'll admit it's me doing something wrong. You know, the one thing that I played with in beta that I was pretty excited about, and then I got really busy and I haven't played with it. And I want to sit down with Eric and kind of do a little bit of it. Is so you can unwrap your UVs and then sculpt on the unwrapped UV and then rewrap it.
Yeah, that's
And
pretty wild.
that's awesome. It has some really awesome things you can do with that. That's really exciting. But you have to do it right, or it doesn't do what you think it should do. And like the first time I did it for the beta stuff, I did it really well and it worked how I wanted to. And then when we were doing our final models for beta, I sat there and tried to get it to work again, and I couldn't get it to work at all. And you know, I was just like, you've got to be kidding me. So I want to sit back down with that and develop some things and do a video or two about how that's awesome. Because, you know, you think, oh, well, ring, that makes sense. You know, you'd use it on a ring. But actually for like insect wings and things that have intricate patterns in places that are recessed back and under, and if you can sculpt that flat, that's super cool. And the other thing that's really cool about that is if you unwrap something, you can do straight lines, and then when they wrap back, those lines can refer throughout the model, you know, which is very, very, very hard to accomplish if, you know, it really doesn't have linear connection in there somewhere. So, you know, there are a handful of things that we will get around to making videos about, and that comes down to sitting with Eric and getting him to actually figure out what I'm trying to get done and tell me how to do it, because he's a pretty savvy dude. It's just like Henry teaching me how to use Excel.
That'll be great.
I haven't touched Excel in years, and one of the things I'm going to make a video about is so one of the things that freelance artists really get hosed on, especially sculptural object artists, is people want to approve the model. And so a lot of unexperienced people in the world actually send people their models for approval. Well, once that model's left your hand, you now have no control. And a lot of my students and people I know send models out for approval, and then they just never get paid. And it used to be that you could take an STL or an OBJ and embed it in a PDF. And when I was doing a lot more freelance work, I had a really nice sort of technically I was using Excel as a database program. So I was using it to do referencing and stuff that it wasn't really designed to do. And I had gone through this whole arduous process to develop this thing, and it was super funny. And I just opened Excel 365 or whatever, and that was another. I went into the world of Cyberpunk 2077 and started hitting things with baseball bats because I was frustrated with that one too. Because like things that I know are in this program, I guess are not on the not in the online version. And because of where I live, I can't just download the program because, well, I live in the middle of the boonies and, you know, I can't download stuff because I just don't have the bandwidth. And so I totally forgot what we were talking about. We're just talking about. So basically, there's scripting that I have no clue how to do. And poor Henry got to deal with me trying to figure out how to use Excel. And I think there's probably some tragic humor there that, if taken as such, this probably could be a very humorous thing to watch me pull my hair out over.
That'll be fine, because I'm just going to do it for you.
Because it can't be that hard. I mean, the only thing is like the scripting to get the three things to show up on the same line. And those are the only things that are problematic, I imagine. And I saved, like the original one there has the coding in it. So you can see what they did. You know, because they were obviously cat and cock cantonizing. And so, what was that word?
Catnating.
That did not say catnating. There was like a whole extra syllable set in that, I'm pretty sure. It was like concatenating, wasn't it?
No, it's concatenating.
See,
it
there's
means strings concatenate.
It means what?
Combine two strings.
Well, yeah. I mean, who didn't know that?
I mean, you don't know the word. I didn't know. I don't know if that's a programming term that normal people know, or if I just know it because I code.
Yeah, exactly. Concatenating. And, yeah, no. Excel, you used to just drag it over what you wanted and it would do it. And now it actually does more like database stuff. And so it has things that I've never seen before, and they weren't doing it how I wanted them to do it, and it was very frustrating. All I can say is thank goodness for 2077. It's like Cyberpunk has become my therapy session. Now that probably says something really dramatic about my mental instability, doesn't it?
We just won't read into it.
Well, what's super funny is that I'm playing an unpatched version of Cyberpunk. So I don't even get all the fixes. I'm still running goofy Cyberpunk. So many people were complaining about like the trees shining through and, you know, all of a sudden seeing people in T poses and all of this stuff. And I was trying to figure out why it didn't really bother me, you know, it was whatever. And I realized that we were watching a cable movie, and because our internet's so bad, our internet looks like Cyberpunk 2077 with all the glitches. That's what cable movies look like. You know, you get it and then it digitally dissolves into the next thing with like 4 seconds later. So I guess I'm just used to complete digital failure. But Cyberpunk's a great benchmark if you want to see how well your computer runs.
That it is.
My friend said I should try playing The Witcher.
Yeah, I've heard good things. I've played it before, but not for very long.
Do I get to run around medieval cities and hit people with baseball bats? If that's the case, I'm down.
Sword, I would bet, but I bet there's something akin to a baseball bat in there.
The books were pretty good. They were an interesting series of books. He's a good writer, though. What's his? It's like Aronofsky. It's not Aronofsky. It's something in that vein.
I think they have a TV show now too.
Yeah, Superman played him. Wasn't that Tony? Isn't it Superman?
Henry Cavill, yes.
I watched a couple of the episodes. It, like the characterization that they have of him, like, you know, the director's idea of who the character is, was a little different than what I had in my head, you know? Not that it was bad. I just thought it was interesting. You know, that's sort of like when they said, you know, you could never make a successful Lord of the Rings film because we all have these very specific images of what those characters are in our heads.
Hey, Tomas, do you still do workshops?
Well, we have. You mean physical workshops, or do I still teach?
Let's assume they mean, do you still teach?
I have an entire website called ZBrush Jewelry Workshops. So, yeah. I think Henry will probably post a link. Yeah. So now what we have is like a continuously growing. It's hard to say that, like, a lot of my past students think it's a class, right? And then they get in and it's like, oh, wow, holy Hannah. It's not. I mean, it's a class, right? I mean, it has. But all of my classes have always been like 6 to 10 weeks. And what you try to jam into 6 to 10 weeks, you know, you're only giving so much stuff a couple hours a week. And this is a continually growing, just, I don't know, I find it quite compelling, actually. Because we have it broken up in a lot of different ways where we have sort of a reference library of techniques in case, like, you just are trying to learn about the tool or learn about how, like, the craft side of it. And then we have little like projects, and then I also have sections about art references and things that talking about just art and how we use it as referencing and how some great artists and why I like them and how to look at art. And we have a bunch of assets, and yeah, I mean, it's a huge thing. We're really trying to make it a community more than a class where, and I think we've done pretty good so far. We have some very active members who, you know, our Discord is pretty active, and I don't know, I've been really enjoying it. And what's cool about it is that it's only going to get better because we're just continuing to make videos, and when we get all of the really basic stuff down, it's going to be great because then we can go back and start to dig up some more of the esoteric techniques that I want to experiment with and see if they work. And Eric has really been on the other side of the ZBrush stuff with like VFX and gaming and prepping things for film and stuff. So some of those weird things with like UV unwrapping and things like that I don't know anything about, he knows a lot about. So it really provides, between the two of us, we really have a good grasp on the capacity of what ZBrush can do. Yeah, I think it's a pretty exciting thing, actually. And I'm not just saying that.
I agree.
He's not just a member, he owns it. What was that? Hair Club for Men or something like that.
Yeah, and Juan is in the comments. If you have questions about, how our actual members enjoy it, ask Juan.
That's true. We usually have a few members in. Yeah. That's just because she comes in and demands things of you. Like, you get to watch the dog now. Just because I never ask you to watch the dog doesn't mean I'm better. Not only will comments like that get you kicked off of my site, because she's going to threaten us. See, this confuses me because sometimes I feel like smooth is changing geometry, and then other times it feels like it's not changing geometry. I'm confused about that one. I think it is changing geometry, but we started this right about the same time. Well, we launched the weekend of the ZBrush Summit, so it's been a few months now. It's pretty cool. The only problem, Juan, is now people are going to think that we have started a cult instead of I love him more than my wife. No, that's not good.
I just got an email here from, it says Juan's wife's divorce lawyer. I'm not sure.
Whoa. Too much. All right, we started with the important part, right?
The mittens. No? Oh, the belly thing.
Well, at least now it sort of has its concept laid out, so people that come in are like, what is going on with that alien, as opposed to, is that Grimace?
They still are. The last comment is, so wait, what are we making here? What is the whale protruding from?
Oh, you all can't see the picture up over here. Oh, that's funny.
Here is the concept art from neolito.com.
His name's Nacho something, I think. He does really cute little characters, though. So I got this as a meme today from my friend G, OG1 Kenobi, and she's our only hope. And I thought it was funny in low res, so I was like, oh, I'll do that today. And then I actually started doing avocado texture back more than I did anything else, and then I didn't really play with the yeah, it was special. Boy, life without masking is tricky too, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's funny when you don't have it, you don't realize how much you use it. You know what I mean? Because like this, I would just mask it off and poke it around and give me a nice half round for the teeth. It's definitely... Well, what's nice is there's nothing that I can't do with this right now that I've tried to. It's just my work habits are definitely making it interesting. And the lag. The lag's hard. But if you're not used to it, otherwise you wouldn't know.
What do you mean by lag?
Like, there's a little bit of, like when I stroke, there's like a half a second because there's like a lazy mouse applied to the stroke. And so like if I'm trying to do something like this, where I go back, I get ahead of myself, and then it's hard to judge where my pressure is. But that's because of how I sculpt. You know, I like how I lay down my surfaces is not conducive to this. And that's totally me. I mean, that's how I lay down strokes. So it's kind of interesting to try to get adjusting my hand to a different tool. Because that's all I'm doing, right? We're just... It's just interesting as someone who, you know, we all use the tool differently. Like, it was really fascinating during the summit when we all did our tips and tricks and seeing things like I would never, ever, ever use. Like, they were talking about a brush that, and a couple people used it. Like, it was a brush that smoothed differently at a high res or something like that. And I'm like, well, why don't you just lower your res and just do it? And, you know, it's because, well, they're working on a mesh that doesn't have resolutions that are changeable. And so they've developed this brush that deals with that. And I'm just like, you know, why wouldn't you do things how I do them? Obviously, that makes more sense. Yeah, that's not true. So, you know, it's just fascinating. That's, you know, it's one of the things that's so exciting about ZBrush to me is I watch people work and I'm just like, holy Hannah, I would never, ever, ever have thought about doing that. It's just not how I visualize the process of creating forms. And Eric and I talk about it quite a bit because he sort of took my class and he was just like, that is not how I use this program. Because, you know, once again, he was coming up, he was doing visual effects and stuff for animation and film and that kind of stuff. And, you know, just what we need out of the geometry is just radically different. And so we develop our habits, obviously, to give us what we need. And it's just always fascinating to watch people. That's what's so cool about this ZBrush Live stuff is we have so many just really talented, really cool people demoing and streaming. You know, the live stream crew is pretty awesome. And you have people, you know, like Mike Thompson, who's doing more illustration stuff and just how he approaches, you know, his surfaces and things, and, you know, Ash and Shane, and it's really fascinating to watch how people, you know, are making work. It's just cool. I love it. Because I don't think we're, what's nice, and you really see it here on the ZBrush Live stuff, is, you know, even those of, like Shane has, you know, a website and things like that. And the nice thing is that we're not in competition. We're teaching completely different things. And that, I find that just so compelling and so interesting. You know, there's a million ways to accomplish anything you want to accomplish in this program.
That's very true. Which is one of the things that makes it difficult for a beginner. There's so many different methods and...
Well, that's why, you know, people do ask, you know, oh, well, you know, should I take your class? Should I take Shane's class? Should I take blah, blah, blah? It completely depends on what you're trying to do. Like, if you're trying to get stuff out of a printer and, you know, make physical objects, that's what I actually teach you to do. Where if you're trying to design characters and like how Shane does his like base block up and the small parts and the posable stuff, and, you know, that's a completely different set of skills, prepping something for render or for game assets or film assets. You know, it's very, very different what we're trying to accomplish. And I have a lot of Shane's students in my classes. I get a lot of crossover. And, we're teaching different things. So it's always, I feel a lot of camaraderie with the people here as opposed to competition. I'm not worried about, oh, they're going to steal my clients, so I can't, show this online or blah, 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 blah. That's really not, our community's a little bit more sane than that, I think, for the most part.
Yeah, we send people to other people's classes all the time.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt.
We're getting a hydration and stretch reminder.
Ooh, who reminded us of that?
Goes to Christmas Future.
Good call, because I was just thinking I might have to go pee. How many hours has it been? 4?
4 hours.
Yeah, that was a good guess, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, let me... See, my problem is I tell everyone not to draw on the surfaces, but I really don't think there's much of a way to do this without drawing on your surfaces in Core. Because backfilling is really hard. I think Shane and them who do character stuff are going to be a lot more successful at this than I am.
Maybe.
I don't know. I didn't see what they made. But I just had this odd feeling that I think they think in simplified forms like this a little bit more than I do. Like I have friends who are animators, and just the concept of being able to take a circle and actually get a character out of a smiley face, where it's a different way of thinking about character creation, I guess. I don't know. It's entertaining, though. I think I gave him too many T's. Yeah. Did you see how many teeth he has? 3. He doesn't even have a cross tooth.
That's all an avocado really needs.
Right?
Ask any avocado dentist.
I like how I'm not even... So this is another very important thing for everyone to notice and learn. And that is, if you're using reference, look at it. Very important. This poor Nacho fella is like, why did you pick my art to make look like poo? Like, I can't believe you, dude. All right. I'll leave you with that. Tap dance for them so they stay. We don't want to lose any of our viewers. Oh. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, that's brutal. I'm cranky today.
If anyone has questions about the website or next week's stream is going to be back to a critique stream. So if you've submitted a file already that we haven't gotten to, or if you haven't submitted yet, you are welcome to submit, and we will get to it next week. Oh, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 14, 15, 16. We've got 17 files uploaded already. Wow. Do you want to get on the list? Upload a ZTL to that link.
Everyone's still there?
Yep. We gained 30 followers.
What?
Yep.
So when I stop talking, we get followers?
No, I'm just kidding.
I see how this plays out. Well, that's nice. It's a lot of texture.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to see the model. Probably looks like this.
So Riz has a question. Do you use Sculptris Pro in normal ZBrush?
Yeah, all the time. I tend to use it as a finishing tool more than a sculpting tool. And what I mean by that is it's really, really powerful when you use it with your history tool. And so when you get a model, you decimate the model, and then, you know, because I mean, my models run anywhere between 30 and, well, 90 million poly model, right? And so when that all comes down to decimate it and you get your details sorted out and stuff, well, there are obviously places that, you know, it's just not going to hold up that little bit of detail. So what's nice is you can take it and use the Sculptris Pro with history and go back to the pre-decimated model, and it will put enough geometry in to retain the detail that you need for print. So it's a very, very, very powerful tool as a finishing tool. Like very rarely will I use it, let's say like this, right, where I'm sculpting, and sometimes when I'm farther along in the model and I need some extra geometry someplace, I'll do it pre-decimation, but I usually don't use it until the end of the process, or at the very, very beginning, right, where you're pulling things out and you're stretching around. You want to use snake hook and you want things to dive in, and so you can dynamesh it and turn it into one surface. I'll use it at the very, very beginning for forming, or at the very, very, very end for detail. But I don't use it because like I don't have dynameshes that much in my models. I want a quad model that I can subdivide and really, really use the subdivision levels to manage my mesh while I'm working on it. I can show you next week. Yeah, no problem at all. It's fun. It's fun to be here weekly, and most of what I sort of converted to doing many more crits than sitting around and sculpting. Because I found that a lot of people, a lot of the ZBrush community really didn't sit and watch me sculpt, because unlike a character, like people who are doing characters and stuff, that's a much more associatable, like people understand what it is and understand what's going on, where like jewelry and product, half the time you don't know what it is until the very end. And I was only doing critiques once a month, and we just got so much response from the critiques that I just decided to do a lot more of the critiquing. And I don't know, I think it was a good decision. I assume.
Yeah, I think it's great. They're a lot of fun. We've got something to talk about the entire time.
Did you just call me boring?
No, I'm saying I don't have to struggle to come up with things to say, because there's always something to say.
Yeah. And it's fascinating because, when I first started it was a lot of my students and people who knew me who would come in, and there was a lot of jewelry critiques, right? Like my past students and stuff like that would come in and take advantage of the critiques. But I'd say that, what would you say, 60, 70%, if not more, is now character work and stuff like that. A lot of people...
A lot of anatomy.
What's that?
A lot of anatomy.
Yeah, a lot of anatomy. Now, to be fair, I used to do anatomical sculpting. I mean, I did a lot of portrait work for a while and things like that. I don't remember. I'm not Ryan. Ryan Kingsley, he remembers every muscle and all that. Actually, Steve Lord remembers all his muscles. I can't remember anything. I'm very sad about my memory. It's not so good no more. But I have a good eye when it comes to that. It was years of doing it and years of really harsh critique. Critique was a very, very, very big part of our education at CalArts.
Yeah, same with coding and publishing papers. Like, a lot of the class wasn't necessarily learning how to do a thing, but the teacher telling you how you did it, right or wrong.
Yeah. I think it's, in a lot of ways, I think it's a more valuable way to learn. Because we all learn process differently. But when someone shows you what is wrong, with what you're doing, or what's working and what's not working, I think that actually at the end of the day winds up being more helpful. Because once again, like in ZBrush, there are 1,000 ways to skin a cat. And Whoa, what is that? What just happened there? Crazy talk. That was wild.
That happened with the polish brush?
Yeah.
Wow.
Or was smooth.
Hmm.
I know, that was wild.
Confusing with smooth.
Well, no, actually it was the polish brush and smooth. Between, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's just like, yeah, we do critiques. People are like, what do you critique Grover or what's it, Grimace? You're like, yeah, great. I really care what you think about my model. It's a masterpiece, man.
I wonder how many people that are watching this is their first time watching either you or any Pixologic streamer.
Yeah, I have an odd feeling that they're going to be very disappointed in me. See, this is where if they had gotten Shane or someone, I think Shane's a really good streamer. Like, he's very good about being vocal and keeping people involved. Ash is really good at it. Actually, there are a lot of good people at it. I think I'm okay, but when it's something like this where I'm not just working off muscle memory, where something, you know, I have to, that sounds funny, I have to kind of think about what I'm doing here. It's wild that, you know, because it's not just muscle memory. I have to contemplate what the tools are doing.
I think one of the keys to success in streaming is to read every comment and laugh to yourself.
Sadly, how our setup is, I can't do that.
I'm just saying that when you think of someone who is a good streamer, that's something they always do.
Great. So until I get
An overlay.
internet.
Well, I mean, we can set up an overlay, and so it shows up on your screen in front of you.
Well, we barely got it to work today. I don't know what you mean.
I'm not saying it won't break as soon as we get it figured out. But I don't see other streamers having to look at a separate monitor.
No, other people get to work on their computer from home because they have the internet. For those of you who haven't figured it out, I'm renting this office space to do these because I have absolutely some of the worst internet you could pay for. And so I have to rent an office space to be here with you. Because where I live, we don't have internet yet. All I know is Elon's letting me down a little.
Man, it's going to be soon. They said it's available in your area now.
Why aren't they?
I don't know. There's like a little note, like first come, first serve, but we signed up months ago.
I signed up 2 years ago, it feels like. And not only that, I didn't just sign up and let it be with that. I signed up every like 3 weeks.
And you even paid for it. Like you paid the deposit on it.
Yeah. And I know that I was one of the first people to pay the deposit on it. Because there are only 3 people in my county that have bank accounts. So I feel pretty safe on that one. But that's also why I can't get a vaccination. Because the Army Corps of Engineers have yet to dig us out.
Find you under the rubble someday. And provide you with internet. Internet and hot chocolate.
Not a great place to live. It's just not a great place to work. Well, it's great to work if you live inside a hot tub and don't need the internet, but sadly, I can only do my correspondence from the hot tub. And that's only if the wind's like blowing from the south on Thursdays and the full moon. You know? Oof, I don't have a way of getting smooth surfaces here. I'm sure there's something I'm not thinking about.
I mean, there's an alien busting through the avocado. I'm not sure how smooth his surfaces really are.
Fair enough. Poor little guy. I mean, he's definitely feeling it. Oops. It's such an adorable illustration. Painting, print, whatever it may be. Yeah, see, the concept of sculpting in layers is tough. Everything I preach just sort of falls apart here.
I mean, at least you're not cutting into your surfaces, except for the teeth. But I mean, teeth are set back from the lips, so
Yeah.
I don't see anything too egregious.
No, it's just really hard. It's really tricky. Like I said, if you were starting here, I think it'd be a very different experience.
I loved it when I first started.
Uh-huh. No, I mean, honestly, I'm having fun. It's just a handful of things that, you know, every stroke I make in ZBrush are things that I can't do here. So it's an interesting experiment in what can be done.
There's some little dribbles under his mouth, too.
That there are.
You haven't hit the too many active polygons thing at all since you erased everything, have you?
No. Well, all the texture it took to keep my silly avocado pattern. See, that's yet another failure of concept on my part. But we sort of knew that that was a failure of concept, like 1/3 of the way through the back.
It became pretty obvious.
Very quickly. But some of us just, we refuse to learn.
No, you learned. It just took a long time.
Well, it was my lack of capacity to pose that really, that was the one that I was like, oh, okay. That was a thing that ask me later about a joke.
Okay.
Do you see what I mean? Because, like, you know, my tendency is to do that, to fill that in, and that doesn't work with these tool sets. So, you know, literally every stroke of how I work is different here. Where if you were just starting, you wouldn't have that in your head.
Mm-hmm.
Come on. And I think that I keep trying to put depth and stuff in it that just doesn't need to be there.
I know you're putting this off, but it's about to be hands time.
You know what just was going through my head? Is that maybe I might even just remove his legs. Where it's just an avocado. I think there might be something compelling about that concept. What time is it?
It's only 12:30.
Oh yeah, see, we're running out of time so dramatically.
Here's the question. Would you rather sculpt hands or paint it?
Oh, we're painting it. Oh, I can't paint it.
Yeah, you can.
I can't?
Okay.
All right.
Maybe you can't. Hold on.
No.
Maybe you can't.
I can paint it gold.
You can't paint it.
I was gonna say I can't even make a mask. What do you mean?
I saw the color selector and just assumed that was for painting.
Well, you can turn it a tone. So maybe we can sort of make it green. But I don't see a paint tool.
No, I think you're right. Whoops.
Tease.
Whoops. Well, I guess that answers that question, huh?
I should remove the legs. You're right. I think you're right.
All right. How about the drool between his top and bottom jaw?
Whose?
Look at the alien in the reference.
It's too dark. I can't see it.
Mm.
Is there drool?
He's got spittle strings.
Oh. We have Slobber. Slobber's hard to do without being able to mask.
Yeah, it's like a very careful snake hook sort of adventure.
I wonder if, hold on, we can test on the leg.
We're gonna chop them off anyway.
Exactly. Look at that. We can do that. So first thing we got to do is this. No. You can do it. You can do it. I just think we're all going to be happier with just the avocado.
We all.
Chat. If you all say put legs and hands on it, I'm going to poke you in the eye.
On chat on the wrong times, man.
What's that?
I think you call on chat at the wrong times.
I do too. That was probably a bad chat call. I think Chant was probably going to hang me out to dry on that one.
Ghost to Christmas Future said give him a hand.
See?
Gandalf the Smurf just gave you a thumbs up. I could call that one for your side.
So it's 50-50.
Yep.
Well, you guys who want mittens, I don't know about you. You're perverse.
Tell me 4 fingers.
Come on, you can do it. You can do it. You can do it. See, with that hands and feet, we can maybe give it some texture. That's my selling point there, right? Come on. See, that's lag. Which is odd because they only have like 500,000. See, like now, smooth isn't adding geometry.
It depends on your brush size, like sculptures.
I don't know what I think about that. No, see. But see there, it does. Isn't that strange?
Yeah.
So it'll only tessellate, it won't, or it'll only decimate, it won't tessellate.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Fascinating.
I wonder if there's, no. I was like, I wonder if there's a menu about that. Nope, no menus. That's an interesting decision.
I mean, keep it simple.
Yeah, no, I can roll with that. Now that I know that that's what it's doing. Because you don't want it adding more geometry. But if you're smoothing something big out, you can get rid of a lot of geometry. Good call, guys. I approve. And I know my approval is so important. See, that has a humor factor to it.
Yeah.
Namely, I don't have to do it, legs and hands, and that's really humorous to me.
That's the humorous part.
It's so quiet. I just heard people walking by outside.
Christmas Future said just add the arms and legs in Photoshop.
Yes, we'll fix it in post. Good
Post.
call. I approve. See, someone has my back out there.
This is the same person that told you to add a hand just a minute ago.
Damn it, Jen. I'm just a sculptor. I guess he actually never really said that. Someone told me that he never said, damn it, Jim, I'm just a doctor. But I feel that that's just not true. I feel that he said that every episode. Because he was a whiny dude.
There's a name for that. Something effect.
Dr. McCoy. Whoa.
Like the I am your father quote that everyone remembers so well. The Mandela effect, that's it. Never actually happened.
Luke, I am your father.
It's not a real quote. That never happened.
Yeah, actually, I think you should not have come back, old man, is another one.
Yeah.
Memes, in their true definition, I just love that Dawkins invented that. There was, I was listening to, so William S. Burroughs did these 3 books that are sort of, well, they actually didn't wind up that way, but they are his cut up books or his mash up books or fold up books where he would take a bunch of manuscripts, fold them, and then kind of, montage them together into a script, or into a, what would you call it? Not a document, what's a word for a book that's being written?
Manuscript.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
But like it took him 7 years and it didn't really work, and it really was a much better idea than actually trying to write a novel that way. And let's face it, he was like high all the time, so it probably wasn't the best thing to do on heroin. But the intro to the book is actually very fascinating because at the time, you know, he was on his kick of language as a virus, and you know, how we convey and travel these ideas. And you know, it's super funny how many things came from these books, like Iggy Pop, and you know how Burroughs' work was actually very socially on point for that whole period of time and the movements that they were part of, like the beatniks and all of this. And but the intro to the book is actually really fascinating. I would argue it's probably more fascinating than the book at this point and time. You know, because once again, it's really hard to take something like that out of context, I think. Because I know that everyone is like totally anti, you know, it's social relativism. But I think that relativism is important because we cannot understand the past without taking into context what was going on at the time that these things were happening. And I know we like to try to do so, but, you know, it's not quite that easy.
Was that all smoothing?
Yeah. No, this is H polishing. I'm just using H polish to roughly add geometry where I want it. This is how I use smooth normally.
Yeah, I was wondering. It seemed to be tessimating, and I was like,
No.
I thought we got a rule.
No, this is
Z polish.
H polish, yeah. It's so funny, that whole Train Spotting and Lust for Life, and you know, the song that Train Spotting made really popular. And that's all right out of William S. Burroughs. I mean, well, that's all about William S. Burroughs too. I mean, that's kind of there, not biographically necessarily, but was it Wild Boys? I can't think of the name of the book.
Did you know the Wicked Witch in Snow White never says "Mirror, mirror on the wall"?
Who's the fairest of them all?
Yeah.
Really?
It's actually "Magic Mirror on the Wall," and we all just remember. Oh, you really hit a chord with Olivia.
What?
I like moral relativism, if that's what it means. Oh, he was that chaos magician. I forget who we were talking about.
William S. Burroughs?
William S. Burroughs. That is so relevant to me right now.
I think, well, it's interesting because, you know, when I know that we've talked about it on other streams of mine, but the concept of how do we turn the past into teaching moments as opposed to just getting rid of stuff, and that's That's very tricky. It's a very, very tricky decision. Because, who are the people that make those rules? And then why are we deciding to get rid of stuff? But there's stuff that are, is now no longer socially acceptable or socially beneficial or usable, or, they're not teaching moments anymore. It's just racism, sexism, misogyny, But to completely disregard, the political movement that this country was and started, I think is, I don't think that that's healthy, because some really wonderful things, this country really was a byproduct of the Age of Reason, and it was very, very, very progressive at the time. And what's not progressive about it now, it's very difficult to hold people to modern standards of things that, now I'm not saying don't judge them, right, and don't look at the things that were negative or positive or whatever, but to say that they're right or wrong in context with today, I think that kind of lack of relativism is damaging, because so do we disregard everything in the past because there were things that were normal standards that we don't, that are not positive now? No, I think we use them as teaching moments as opposed to just disregarding them. But who knows? I don't. That's why I'm a sculptor.
So about being a sculptor, what does H-polish do differently than smooth or any other smooth brush?
Well, you mean here? Well, it tessemates where the smooth brush does not. So tessemating is adding geometry, decimating is removing. So as you can see here, let's get to the back so I don't just accidentally smooth this off. Every gesture I do starts with me standing over it, pushing that button 2 or 3 times before I realize that it's just not going to do it. Okay, so what is happening right here? This is tessimation. We are adding geometry. And we're adding geometry because of the brush size, right? So as I lower my brush size, it's going to add geometry. It's going to tessimate. And so H polish is completely based on brush size, right? So I can add a lot of geometry, or now the question is, will it tessimate? Yes. Okay. And so now that's decimating, right? Because we're taking that and we are removing the geometry. That's right?
Right.
1/10. I love decimation. People really don't wrap their head around what that word meant.
Yeah, 1/10.
Yeah, they would take 1/10 of everyone and
Yeah,
chop
if
them
you
up.
decimate the city, you're only getting rid of 10% of it.
Yeah. All right, so smooth, on the other hand, hold on, let's get a smaller. Let's go back to H polish. Let's get this in. So the brush size, if the brush size's geometry is smaller than the geometry around it, it will add geometry based on the scale of the size of the brush. It seems that smooth, so smooth should be, see how I'm going over this and it's not really changing the size, because the size of these squares or triangles, come on, zoom in, are based on the size of the brush, right? So as I smooth, you can see it's making them a little bigger, but it's close. But as we come out here, you see how it's just relaxing the bigger ones. It's not actually adding geometry. It's just relaxing that. Where if I make this bigger, smooth will actually remove geometry. So the smooth brush will decimate, but it will not tessellate. It will not add geometry. See, as I come out here, it won't add the geometry. I ride this up. It'll remove that geometry. It'll remove that geometry. But if we go smaller, it will not add that geometry. So that's the difference between the two.
Within the context of Core Mini.
Within the context of Core Mini, yes. So normally in ZBrush, I use smooth to add geometry because I use clay tubes and I don't want my clay tubes brush to be a Sculptress Pro brush. I want it to remain sharp because Sculptress Pro brushes tend to be soft. And the thing that I want when I'm using my clay tubes brush is that corner from the square alpha to be sharp. And so what I do is wherever I need it, I'll push smooth, add geometry with the smooth brush, come back over it with a clay brush, and the clay tubes brush will not be Sculptress Pro. Did that make any sense at all?
Yeah.
Sometimes,
I normal ZBrush, the big difference between smooth and H polish is H polish make flat, smooth make soft.
yeah, what he said. Sure, yeah. Actually, he just has little balls, doesn't he? He doesn't have like directional slobber. Or is there directional slobber on the bottom that I'm missing?
No, 3 little balls.
Oh, okay.
And then like goo lines from the top and bottom jaw connected to one another.
Yeah, I can't do connected goo lines. Because it'll press into the surface. Like I can't mask it off, so I can't get those things to link between the two. Because it'll pull into the other, and all you'll have is that going into. Or let me rephrase that. I don't know how to do that. In context of what we're doing at the moment. All right, so hold on. We're going to do, but we can do the little balls. And that is we're going to take snake hook. Make it smaller. And we're just going to drag this out. We're going to drag this out. My guy's facing up a little more than his is too. And then we're going to take inflate. One ball's about there. One's there. I'll just move it. You're like, yeah, how are you going to move it?
Let's see how that works.
Shh, it'll be great.
It might be.
Quiet over there.
It totally might be great.
Mr. Naysayer.
I think it's probably gonna be great.
Say nay one more time. You're the knight that says nay. Nay, sir, I think not. every single time. Every single time.
How's it working out for you?
Just awesome, can't you tell?
Oh, it's working, actually.
No, I just mean that. See, this is me trying to change brush. If you wonder what this is, where I sit here and wiggle this around and nothing happens, that's me trying to change the size of my brush. Just so you know. Because I am a slow learner.
It just takes a lot of repetitive negative reinforcement.
Because I've only spent more than a decade trying to develop a different set of negative reinforcements. Was I adding geometry there? Kind of. Okay. Here, I'll try. Well, since it's on the back side, we might not see my total stringy fail here. Oops. Stop that. No. All right, so first we gotta make this a tooth, I think, so we can hide something behind it. Like our slobber point. Kind of look like slobber back there.
Yeah, the slobbers are going down into his goo receptacles. Like any good alien would have.
Right? I mean, what kind of xenomorph are you without goo receptacles? I just wish these lunatics had made Dune. Because this crew got together because of, was it, I can never pronounce this name. Is it Janikowski? Janikowski started production on Dune, and this was the group of people we got together to do it. Mobius and Giger, and then it didn't go.
Isn't that a thing they're making now? Or already made?
There is a new Dune, yes.
Yeah.
But it's not Janikowski's or Janet. I'm really bad with names now.
It's alright, I don't know who you're talking about.
You really don't?
Say
Google that. Actually, there's a great, well, I haven't seen it. I've seen parts of it, but there's a documentary on, I think, the making of Janikowski's Dune. Why do I feel like that's wrong? Google that.
Jodorowsky. Jodorowsky. In 2013.
But his Dune, I would have paid to see that. It looked good. Had nothing to do with the book. He was just totally. I guess Frank Herbert was just like, this has nothing to do with my book. He's like, yeah, but it's gonna be awesome, man.
There's two of them. Alejandro Jodorowsky and Brontis Jodorowsky.
I don't know. I can't remember my own name, let alone
Alejandro.
Janikowski's.
Yeah. Clearly.
But I guess there's like 1 or 2 copies of like the production script, and it's like this thick with all the sketches and stuff. It's supposed to be very impressive.
Apparently, it's a watchable thing.
No, that's the documentary on it. I don't think the film. I don't know if they shot anything, honestly. I think it was all pre-production. I could be wrong.
Yep.
But if I'm not mistaken, anything you see that's called Jodorowsky's Dune is the documentary. Yeah.
Right. I just read further than the headline and found out you're right.
And isn't there a documentary on, speaking of Man of La Mancha, really, come on, Tomas, use your brain. Work brain. He directed Brazil. Terry Gilliam. Terry Gilliam kept trying to get funded to do Man of La Mancha. I don't think it was ever made. I think it failed like 3 times to get made. He tried like 3 or 4 times to get it made. And like in a desert in Spain, it's the one time in 100 years it rained so bad it flooded everything out. So it's like the eternal cursed production. But I think there's a documentary on that as well. I don't think it ever got made. I could be wrong about that one. Yeah, you should read a little Miguel de Unamuno. That's some interesting stuff. The Tragic Sense of Life in Men and Nations is the name of the book. And it's
Fascinating.
It is. It's awesome sauce. Make you think. It's so funny. I always feel like kind of a turd because I'll have a conversation with someone and like I'll start, something like this will come up. And I always have to ask, I'm like, so do you read? I'm not trying to be, because, it's like.
Yeah, I certainly don't.
Yeah, see, I came from a reading culture without a doubt.
I came from doing.
You came from what?
Doing.
Well, I still think that you're right outside of that. I mean, like, there was, when I was a kid, there was no, you read. I mean, there was just no, well, I mean, I guess if you were completely non-functioning and not desired, there was no reading. But like, that was the only way we got information in school. You know what I mean? Like, you read. There was nothing else. I'm not saying we didn't have videos and stuff, but that was not really, it was right at the edge of that shift of epistemology. And it's kind of interesting being on an edge of epistemological change.
I read a lot for the sake of accomplishing a task.
Right.
Like, how does this programming language work? What's the diagram for this circuit board? Whatever. But reading for the sake of reading, or a non-specifically applicable knowledge, I just don't. I at least convince myself I don't have time.
Well, that's why I'm a slave to books on tape now, because now I can't. Well, also it has to do with my OCD for sure. Once I discovered how powerful a tool it was for focusing, I mean, I listen to books on tape 24 hours a day now. But yeah, there was no way you didn't read when I was young. I mean, you didn't have a choice. I mean, you read, you know. You weren't passing high school without reading.
Yeah, and I just cheated on every book report I had to do because Spark Notes was a thing, and I'll be gosh darned if I'm going to sit there and read several hundred pages of a thing I don't give half a crap about when I could just look up a synopsis and write it down.
Yeah, see, that wasn't really an option where I went to school. But they also, I mean, you know, people, like, school doesn't have essays and stuff anymore. Like, we didn't take tests that you checked off marks. You had to have an opinion, you know.
Well, there was still certainly essays when I went through school, but I was just very good at reading as little as I possibly could and inferring the rest. I am through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of your 19 hard drives.
Woo! Find anything interesting?
No, I haven't had a chance to look through any of this yet.
So, how are you dealing with them? I mean, in the sense of, well, a lot of those really are mostly models. Like, I've got them separated out pretty well. But there's some of them that are you searching STL, OBJ? Like,
No,
how?
I'm not searching anything. So I plug the drive straight into the NAS, and then I just say copy everything over into a folder named whatever the next letter of the alphabet is.
Oh, okay. So you're not doing any sorting yet.
No, not yet, not at all. I did a bunch of deduplication earlier, but no sorting.
Well, some of those should be pretty close.
Yeah.
It's just ridiculous. One day I'm going to meet this guy. He'll be like, dude, why didn't the avocado have arms? Because I wasn't staying here till 4 a.m., man. Sorry.
You needed spit more than you.
Because I started out doing avocado texture, not arms. That's why. Because I didn't know that we had the same, the whole, there were some things that I learned about Sculptris Pro that I didn't, or not Sculptris Pro.
Kind of Sculptris Pro.
What's Mini? Oh, cool. You know, chat, I can see your frustration that Henry's not a very good.
I am not here to read every comment. I am here to read questions and post links. If I need to, I will make a shirt that says that.
Yeah, you listen, chat. It's like I'm so gonna poke you in the eye.
Really, I was just supposed to be here temporarily helping while Mike fixed this computer.
Awesome. I hope he does get that fixed.
Yeah, I mean, at least for his sake. Not that I mind doing this.
Yeah, no, that's what I did. Yeah, no, I totally didn't mean that as
I know.
that really had no judgment on anyone's job. I was just saying I hope he does get that fixed because I know that it's causing a great deal of frustration and
Yeah, I'd like to see him get back into ZBrush and
No.
Photoshop.
But I can totally feel for him. So any bets? Okay, so from today, how many days do you think it'll be until I get a computer?
35.
35?
5 days.
So what day is that?
Let me check.
God, that's a really depressing estimate. I just want you to know that.
Yep. From the 13th, we're going to add 35 days. Calculate new date, May 18th.
May 18th, you say, huh?
That's my guess.
Okay, I'm going to decide whether I'm going to be optimistic or pessimistic, because to be deadly honest, that's fewer days than my initial thought. So you were actually being more optimistic than me.
I am.
I'm going to say I'll go one more week. I'll say the 25th.
Okay.
We should make a betting pool. All right, Chad,
Yeah.
everybody puts $5 in and pick a date.
May 9th. How many days is that? No.
I can't tell you how bad I want to be optimistic.
I mean, here's the thing. It doesn't cost me anything to be optimistic. So, might as well. And then when it doesn't pull through, you're the only one upset. So, it doesn't cost me anything either way, I suppose.
I don't know what you're talking about. It's gonna cost you a lot.
I'm going to have to listen to you whine about it.
Yes, exactly. And you have no understanding of the horror and drama that it is because you actually have the internet. Oh, and a computer, by the way. So I don't want to hear anything out of you, mister.
My new power supply just got here today.
Oh, great. Isn't that nice? Goodness gracious. That things that make me go, yay. and I have a version of Excel that's on my computer. Because you do realize that I did not bring my...
Oh, no.
I didn't bring a hard drive. It's okay. I mean, I can plug this computer at home and get it off this drive, but...
But you don't even bring that computer home, do you?
Oh, yeah, of course I bring it home.
Oh, you leave the Cintiq there?
Yeah, I leave the Cintiq in my chair here.
All right. Okay, well, I mean, that's an option.
It still suck, but you know.
Yeah, it's not ideal.
But I live in the world of suck right now, so I can't say that it's unexpected. Now I'm doing this for Ash.
I was just thinking that.
Because these are a little too realistic for this, but
Well, and he doesn't have drool on the side of his mouth at all in the reference. But
you said there
think,
was drool on the side of his mouth. That's what I heard. I'm going to blame you
yeah.
on this one.
Okay. Well, luckily this isn't recorded. Oh wait.
Of course it's recorded. What are you talking about, you dork?
No, that was the joke.
Mhm.
This is recorded, so you can hear me never say that. I like it anyway.
Yeah.
I think it adds a lot.
I love there's more detail in the drool than our avocado's face.
I mean, that's the reference material.
Yeah. I blame Nacho. Isn't that his name? Nacho.
I can't find any evidence of that, but
Go to the
I believe
website.
you. I'm on the website.
No, it says blah blah blah. The art of Nacho something something. Doesn't it?
Now Leto, the cute side of life. I read that as the cult side of life. Meet Neolito. My name is Nacho Diaz. Yep. Spanish artist.
Well, all I can do is apologize, Nacho. I'm sorry. I do feel bad. I want you to know. I had high hopes, but then I got tied into making avocado skin, and that just set me on the wrong path. I guess I can maybe next weekend spend a little time and actually produce this. So
I mean, you're definitely going to save it out to a ZPR, so you can do whatever with it.
Oh no, not with this one.
Well, all right. I guess you could start it if you really want to. I think you got a good foundation there. But it is all one subject.
Well, no, this is actually pretty much from one view, so I don't know if this is really going to cut it. But where's H polish? Come on, you. Oh man, the whole not being able to. I sit there and hit that button like 3 times every single time. Where are you? You can do it. I know. Okay, I'd say that's pretty close. Not pretty close to his illustration, but pretty close to done.
Yeah, it's looking great.
Where are you? Almost did it again. Who needs lazy Nazumi? I can freehand a circle any day.
Pretty good.
My mom, ugh, she can freehand a circle. It's really quite disturbing.
I think what you've got there is pretty impressive. I definitely can't. Man, my circles get wonk real fast. Do you remember off the top of your head, because you can't try it yourself, how do you mask by geometry in ZBrush?
Under the brush menu, I believe it is called mask by masking modifiers, or it might just be under modifier.
So that as in putting some geometry over another and using that to form a mask.
So you mean like if I were to do that and you drag it out and it stops where that dent is? Is that what you mean?
I interpreted it as having two different objects, and like you put a sphere half over a square or something, and it masks where that sphere is on the square.
Okay, well, if you want a sphere or a square or a lasso, those are separate brushes, right? You can drag out or draw the brushes. So in your brush menu, there is mask circle, mask square, mask lasso. Otherwise, if you're talking about the line cut in, it's like mask by surface contour mask. It's in masking modifiers, or in, I think it's called modifiers in the brush menu. Project mask.
Ask again next week.
Yeah, if you ask next week, I'll actually have ZBrush open, and we can like, what are you trying to accomplish? Well, ask next week, yeah.
Ask.
See, that's lag.
Or instead of asking next week, you can ask in Discord, because then you'll have 100 people there to help you.
Yeah, if you're on
And,
Discord, without a doubt.
Yeah.
That looks pretty close. I wish I could paint it. Yeah, wait a minute. I think I just saw someone who's part of the red. Oh no, that's God only knows how long ago that was. That was totally different. It was like I just see someone talking about red wax. They're like, Tomas, that was 6 hours ago.
That really was a long time ago. That was during the Juan's question, what would you get rid of in ZBrush?
Yeah, it was the line right after that.
Yep. How was it?
Yeah, that hasn't been upgraded in a while.
Oh, I did actually miss some questions though. How do you prepare meshes for printing?
Well, it's probably easier to ask next week, but because I don't have ZBrush open. But you go through decimation, and then once you know it's decimated, you check mesh integrity, and then you check to see if it's watertight. And then you send it to 3D Print Hub, make sure your scale's correct, and then you send it to print, either through STL, OBJ, or if you're using Formlabs printer, you can send it straight to preform. They're in... So see, here's where I have
Where's
to...
the checking integrity button? I have ZBrush
In
open.
geometry, go under modifiers, and I believe it's in that folder.
See, geometry. Modify topology? Oh. What do I just hold Alt or something like that and it'll tell me where a thing is from?
Control.
Control. It is in Tool, Geometry, Check Mesh Integrity. Tool, Geometry. Oh, it has its own. It has its own thing in Geometry.
Oh, really?
Yep. Check Mesh Integrity and Fix Mesh are directly under Geometry.
Well, who knew? Paul. Oh, for lots of people knew, I bet. Even though red wax is giving a pretty good show for itself right there.
Yeah, when you green it up a little bit.
I've been missing my chiming. I want you to know that.
You put it back in now. Oof.
That's not... It's not chiming as well as it was earlier. Did I change one of my rings? Oh no, I guess I have a earplug in that ear. That's funny, actually. Make sure you remesh by union if you've merged tools. Yeah, you definitely need to. There's steps you need to go through to make sure your mesh stays clean. It's true. Right? He's like, all right, you got to take it back out.
I just pulled my headphones back. They're around my neck now, and I can hear you a little bit.
That's more like a guacamole color, not an avocado color.
Yeah. Gotta be darker.
But not more set. See, it's hard because if you go darker, it grays out.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to get pure tones.
Does ZBrushCoreMini export STLs?
I don't know.
No, it doesn't. It exports OBJs though, which are just as good.
Yeah, I mean, for printing, it's fine. So it's here.
Yeah, it's the like little icon that looks like a 3D printer at the top, next to the image.
GIF, PNG.
Mm-mm. To the right. Next to like a low, medium, high, and then
That?
a little.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
OBJ. And an OBJ. Desktop. How did he spell it? It was Avocalien.
Avocalien. AVOCALIEN.
AVO what?
CALIEN.
IEN. Sort of. There we go. We saved him.
Cool.
He's ready for print.
A lot fewer steps in CoreMini.
Yeah, that's not how you prepare a model for print in ZBrush. Well, sort of.
There's a couple more steps to it.
Yeah. Okay, that's absolutely ridiculous. Oh, man. Oh, today's a rough day. I feel beat up.
Goodness. It was all that swinging a baseball bat around the city.
Yeah, I'm exhausted. My thumbs hurt. I can't wait to play a game that actually takes all the extra buttons, because that controller has all the buttons on the back and stuff, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like auto aim.
Mm-hmm.
I love that. For years I've wondered how those kids can shoot me from like 500 miles away. You know what I mean? It's just like, there's no way you can aim at me that way.
Well, the controller won't fully accomplish that either.
It will.
It won't. I have the same controller.
It's
now.
magic.
No.
It's
not.
no. It says it's magic. It's magic. It says
It
I'm
says
magic.
I didn't pay extra for the version with magic.
You didn't see that part? You didn't get the
No, I
magic
missed that
version?
Mm-mm.
Oh,
No.
you must have gotten a deal on yours. Because I know we paid extra for the magic.
Yeah. Mine was only like $400.
Actually, paid extra for the little robots, I think.
They just crawl inside the game and do it all for you.
Mm-hmm. That's what I understand. Hey, look at that. That's some pretty good gem rendering.
Yeah. Now, what lapidary artist is making those gems? Or were the red parts of her dress, were those gems, or was that
I don't know.
enamel?
Well, let me go back. No.
No.
Went from that beautiful human face to the avocalian. Makes me laugh. I'm using tilt controls while playing your video game. I'll tell you, the second, and I hope it does, that Cyberpunk becomes a multi, what is it, MMROG or whatever?
I don't know what letters they're using.
Multiple,
it's not an MMORPG.
Yeah, that one.
Oh, well, I guess it could be.
Well, I mean, it would have to have some sort of role playing, right? Or would it just be an open world where you run around and beat people up with baseball bats?
It's probably going to be that.
That's nice.
No, because the kid with auto aim is going to throw his bat in your face from across the world.
No, I refuse to believe that. Because I am so good at beating people with bats.
And your controller has magic.
And my controller is magic. I'm pretty sure that's what the guy said when I bought it. He's like, yeah, magic, just what you need.
Sure.
It'll be magic.
You got money? Sure, it's magic.
Yeah. I didn't buy it, thank God. All right. Also, the inside's a different color than the outside.
Yeah, there's no way to accomplish this.
No.
And really, that like black undertone that you paint on before and then spray the green over it is really going to add a lot.
Yeah. Well, okay. I know, right? It's dyslexia is a very hard thing when you're dealing all of this silliness. All I know is when that happens, I think we have to have an official ZBrush Jewelry Workshop gaming night. And the four of us will run around and beat things up. I think it'll be hysterical.
Yeah, I'm for it.
You watching me aim, I think is just going to make you insane. I think I should make you watch me play.
Oh, no. No.
I'm pretty sure that would be absolute great humor. That's a nice model, actually. You go, Dan. It looks good. See, that's good hair. That's a solid piece. There's my buddy. Long. He's a talented dude. Look at that model. It's nice.
Beautiful.
I had a pair of those shoes. You know, the shoes that match this outfit, the yellow with the black stripes. I love. Actually, that's what it. It's tiger, but I can't think of the first word. CD Red Project. There you go, right there. I know that Furio did stuff for Cyberpunk. So you're gonna laugh at me. I finally I finished it. I finished for the first time, you know, because I finally realized that you'll never get 100%. They're like the 3 different path things.
Yeah.
And it's like, 100%, 60%, 40% or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
After playing it, the song, I finally Googled it saying, hey. And they're like, oh, you'll never get higher than, well, I guess you can get 70% or whatever. But it was like, oh, so I've literally just been trying. I've done every side mission there is. I was like, there's nothing else that leads me to anything that's going to make that better. I think I've literally finished every single side mission. I didn't buy all the cars because I don't want all the cars. I don't need all the cars. I don't drive anywhere. I run around town. I run to places so I can find things to randomly beat people up with things. I like it because anytime I see, the little directional someone's looking, I just run and kill them. I beat them up. That's a nice model too. I like that actually. I'd like to see that model. I'd like to see that model too, actually. Alrighty. I think we might be... Oh, I summoned... I like the motorcycle that you got during... Like you wind up finding out that she's dead and you go to her boyfriend. You're supposed to look, but you can go to his garage and there's like a motorcycle in there. That's the motorcycle that I think drives the best or handles the best.
Oh, in one of the later or more recent updates, they fixed all the driving.
Did they?
Yeah.
Driving sucks so bad. It is the worst driving ever. I mean, it's like driving a slow boat on ice. It's horrible. I told you about my first driving experience. When you get in the first car and you take whatever your buddy's name is.
Oh yeah.
And so there are 2 cops standing on the corner right there. I went, run over 2 cops and get shot in the car and die. That was my first driving experience. Toast. So you can actually drive in the game now? I'm like, you can run. Running is should be very similar to driving.
I can't drift while I run.
Well, no, I'm not saying taking corners is the same, but you should be able to push forward and just kind of lean, and it's going to kind of do that. But you like lean a little and you're like, oh, slam. And then when you take a corner, you squeeze hard and you don't take the corner and you go slam. It's like, there is no physics in this. That's BS. I don't believe it. I'm calling BS on that drive.
It's not as gooey. They also fixed it so that cops don't spawn directly behind you anymore.
Oh, that's nice. So they actually have to run up to you?
Oh, they're going to take longer and they're going to spawn further away, yeah. Good.
Yeah, the whole you accidentally shoot someone in a gunfight and then a cop stands behind you and shoots you in the head is just a little... That's not nice at all.
And even if you're on a rooftop high above the city and you do something wrong, suddenly there's cops everywhere.
Yeah, like, how'd you get up here? So I restarted the game and I realized that there is absolutely no playing that game without double jump. Because how do you get up on top of stuff otherwise? So I figured out a money-making ploy.
Oh, there's so many of them.
And it works. Pretty good.
What is yours?
What
is yours? And we should consider ending the stream if we're just going to talk about Cyberpunk.
What? This is I guess that's the point. I have not played the Witcher games yet. But I do think that we should stream me playing Cyberpunk because I will drive everyone nuts. Because my aiming's like this. If there were not smart weapons in this game, I would never have gotten through it. I can't aim at all. I suck so bad at aiming. And I have my speed turned down to like nothing.
Once you get internet, we're going to play some Warzone together.
Some what?
Warzone. It's a Call of Duty. It's a shooting game.
Cool. Okay.
It's going to be hilarious.
Oh, you're going to pee yourself laughing.
So we have a genuine question. Is there a way to keep Z intensity the same despite pen pressure, but allow the pressure to vary diameter instead?
In ZBrush there is. Wow, this like hops to this like little slideshow pretty quick. In ZBrushCoreMini, I do not believe there is.
Do you know how to do it in ZBrush?
In your brush menu, there's a modifiers folder. Everything is in modifiers. Under your brush folder, it's, let me think, I gotta see it. If you hold the control button over the Sculptris Pro,
Stroke, Sculptris Pro.
In the stroke palette, is there
stroke palette modifiers? I mean, there's a modifiers one everywhere.
I know.
So in stroke, there is modifiers, there is Sculptris Pro, lazy mouse, curve functions.
Well, you have to go to Sculptris Pro because we're talking about how it affects. So also there's like an R and an S. They're like, I can't think of what the modifiers are, but there are three choices, and then like one's this way, and then one of the buttons is both of them, and I can't remember what the modifiers are. But
the answer is yes.
Next week, when I can actually look. Yeah, it's in the Sculptris Pro options, and it's like they're like
active size.
Yeah, it's size and read them to me. What are they?
Hang on.
I thought you said you had it open.
Oh yeah, but it's covering up the screen. So I close it. Sculptris Pro, adaptive size, combined, and then some sliders.
Right. So adaptive size is what makes it change. So if you turn that off, you set the amount of decimation that you want. You set the size of the mesh you want. And then no matter what your brush size is, it stays at that. But you have to set it every time. It doesn't change.
And you have to have Sculptris Pro on for this to work.
Yeah. Aren't we talking about Sculptris Pro?
No.
No? We weren't?
No.
Weren't we talking about decimating and tessimating on the strokes?
No. We're talking about not having the pen change Z intensity, having it change diameter. Nobody said Sculptris.
Oh, I'm completely just off. Okay, hold on. So what are we asking?
You know how when push pen hard, make taller? Instead, make wider. Is this possible?
Yes. And it should work for most brushes. It comes down to, it's in preferences, under pressure, you can, I think there's something that changes how sensitive that pressure would. But I mean, even in this, that works. Like, it just depends on what brush. No, actually, I don't think it really does depend. So you're talking about, like, so it's thinner there, and then it gets wider there. You're saying you don't want it to get higher. You just want to get it right. Is this what we're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah. Look, it did it right there, but not the height. Is that what
Yeah,
you're saying?
then use clay tubes.
Yeah, you need something that's not a build-up tool. You need something that's like a layer tool. You can use layers. You can use clay tubes. Those have, and I don't know what the modifier is that makes it. I'm sure you can assign that to any brush. It's just whatever that, I call it a layer option, where it just goes to a specific height every time. And your pressure then just adjusts the width. I'm sorry, I completely misunderstood that. Why are you talking about Sculptris Pro?
At least turn your sculpt around, so we're not looking at the green blob.
That's what I made. Woohoo!
I made this green rock.
Okay, so everyone who on YouTube, if you've enjoyed this stream, I couldn't even say it with a straight face. Sorry. Hit subscribe, and if you like what you're seeing, click the thumbs up. And if you have any questions, put them in the comments marker or in the comments line, and either I or someone from Pixologic will answer it. Join our Discord. Yeah, I don't know what else. Try ZBrush Mini, Core
Yep.
Mini. It's
Core Mini's free. Great.
and it's hysterical. It's wonderful. It's a lot of fun. And you can make a wonderful avocado like this. Because I know that every single one of you were like, wow, Tomas, how do we make an avocado? I've shown you. And an alien with slobber gills. That's the other thing we can do there. Oh, goodness. I have no idea. But,
If you're interested in learning from Tomas, he has his own teaching platform.
oh, yeah. ZBrush Jewelry Workshops.
We specialize in manufacturing jewelry specifically, but really anything that you could want to 3D print or make real.
Like this avocado alien.
If you wanted to 3D print an avocado alien.
I would give him feet and legs, but
I mean, he probably should have feet like that.
I'm just saying, it was time constraints. It was, I blame time.
I think he needs more texture on the back, really. I think that was the downfall.
Well, he did earlier. If we had history states, I could have gone back to it. Yes, you can. Oh, you're doing a video. I thought you were saying there's a video. Yes, there is a video of this. But you're a tourbillon. That's cool if you can get it to work.
I've seen lots of those on like Thingiverse and Cults 3D.
Really?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Nice. That's cool. I love tourbillons. They're super sexy mechanisms. I like the rotating 360 ones where it's spinning, but then it's rotating.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's so sexy. If only I had $500,000 to spend on a watch that did it.
Yeah, just 3D print one.
Just 3D print one?
That's pretty cool.
I just don't know if it's going to keep the same kind of time. I don't know if it's as sexy a machine at that point.
That'll work great. As long as your resin and or ABS PLA weighs exactly what they expect it to weigh, it'll be fine.
Yeah. Why do I have an odd feeling that's just not how that's going to play
No,
out?
it'll be fine.
Just take your springs from the bicycle and your... It'll be great. Use a paper clip. It'll be awesome. Okay.
All right. And we have free tutorials if you're interested in learning.
Oh yeah.
ZBrush Core or ZBrush Core Mini. Link on screen. Free tutorials made by Eric Keller.
Yeah,
The guy
it's
who
awesome.
literally wrote the book on ZBrush.
Literally. Very, very cool. It's avocado from Monsanto. See, I'm definitely lagging behind on that side.
When was that from?
It's a long time ago in a galaxy
long
far,
time
far
ago.
away. A great adventure took place. I am your father.
Nope. No, he did say, "I am your father." Actually, he just didn't say Luke before it.
Luke, I am your father. You should not have come back, old man. Pretty good, huh? I know you're jealous.
It was great.
Hey, I thought Luke was a whiny turd. I really liked Darth Vader and Boba Fett. I was not a Luke fan. I couldn't really appreciate Luke because if I behaved that way, I would have gotten spanked. So I just couldn't associate with. Ah, I want to go join the Air Force. Yeah, no, it was not playing out that way, sadly. All right, kind and gentle folk. I think we're going to call it quits. Here's my avocado alien. Put a link up for the actual reference material.
Yes,
Just so someone at the end's like, "Ow, what are you doing?" Nacho Diaz? Is that what it was?
Nacho Diaz.
Nice. He did an actual. I would show it to you, but sadly, Howie had to jimmy rig
OBS.
OBS. I can't share any of that today. But hopefully we will have sorted it out next week. I'm sure we can have something else blow up on my face next week, so don't feel bad.
Oh yeah, it'll be new and exciting.
I know. Does everyone in the world have the problems that I do?
Absolutely not.
Really? It's just me.
Mostly just you.
I don't understand. I don't get it. I don't understand at all.
That's probably part of the problem.
Wow. I see how you are. All right. Is there anything else I'm supposed to say?
No, you said it all 3 times already.
All right. All right. Have a great one.